Did that work? Ah. Yes? We okay. Um uh well, what happened too is my phone died, so I couldn't even look how to fix the router or whatever the problem is, so I just unplugged some random things. Couldn't call. I know. My phone finally I'm charging it. Couldn't call Will, couldn't look up. Um so I literally unplugged random things and then plugged it back in. Let me do an internet speed test because I don't know if it's going to happen again. Okay, is this good? That's good, right? Okay. Your internet connection is very fast. What the hell? Why did that happen? Okay, I think it just came back. I unplugged random things and plugged back in. Restarting electronics works most of the time. I just like what happened was I saw my OBS, it made that sound. It said OBS was down and I was like, what the heck? And I was trying to pull OBS back up and then I was like, wait, is it an internet thing? And I was like, maybe I've just been banned from the internet. I don't know. Because then I went over to the router and all the lights were on. It looked like it was fine. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's so annoying. What can you do? Me and the boys, we were talking. And we were like, what can you do? All the our router lights are blue. I don't know. There were no red lights, which I know red is bad. It's the Wi-Fi bouncing off this hat brim. I know. The visor always makes me look like a mom. Sorry to bother. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Okay. Well, here we are. I know maybe my massage thing is just too powerful and it sucked all the internet out of the house. You know how those things go. I'm just always, after my internet crashes, I'm always in that like, is it gonna happen again? Are you gonna fuck me again, Spectrum? Are you gonna fuck me and not even pull my hair, Spectrum? Come here. Come here. Come over here. Come here. It's not safe in this house. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Not even buy me dinner first. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it was because I was giving a less than positive review on the bear. Come here, Titi. Oh, Mom can't move her neck down that much, so you gotta come up so I can give you a kiss. Come here. Come here. Oh, okay. Let's I'll just like wrap up the convo on the bear and then we'll move on. Would it not be crazy if I was like, okay, let me just give some more opinions on the bear and then it's shit out again? Look, I'm gonna watch season 4. I'm locked into this No, connecting to chat. What's happening? Wait, oh. Okay, we're not talking about the bear anymore. I can see you guys. Yeah, it gave me the like scary spinning thing where it said connecting to chat, and I went, oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Moving on. We love the bear. We love it. We can't get enough. We cannot get enough. Oh my god, why did I just go onto Twitter and this is what I've seen? This is what I see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why am I? Because I show you guys things when I have to see it, so then you have to see it. That's how it goes. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. What are we going to start off with? Weebs are us. Thank you for the prime. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 13 months. Have you talked about The Boys? I've talked about The Boys before. I'm an episode behind because I'm waiting to watch it with Will. I'm behind on The Boys. I'm behind on House of the Dragon. I've been watching Hacks season 3. Any Hacks fans in here? Jean Smart is so good. She's so fucking good. She should win all the Emmys. You know what I love about that show? I feel as if it's representative of all ages. Like there's great stuff in there for people who are older, like Jean Smart, who plays Deborah, has a lot of great monologues and just showing her career resurgence, but then also struggling to attain the goals that she wants because she's a 70-year-old woman. And then you've got Hannah Einbinder, who plays Ava Daniels. Anyway, it's a great show. Really, really good. Really funny. Really smartly written. And now I'm picturing Jank with blue walls. Stop! Oh my god. Oh god. I want the IO. Wait, did the IO Criterion Collection or Closet episode drop? Because I've been seeing teases of it. Is it not out yet? I've been waiting on it. Ooh, you're making me live. Okay, let's start off. Oh man. Ooh. Ah. Did you see this about the Bridgerton casting? Bridgerton casting director reveals her email has been flooded with X-rated audition tapes for the show. So people are just sending her porn. It's every day. I get the most unbelievable videos, unsolicited. It's sex, basically. It's not actual sex, but it's quite punchy. It's not nudie pictures, but not far off. People, do not do this. Do not. First of all, never send unsolicited audition tapes to a big casting director like this. It will fuck you. I'm sorry. That's how it goes. Let alone sending softcore porn or just straight up porn. You finished. Ain't no way they're going to see your titties and be like, oh yeah, you know what? We're going to forgive them for sending us unsolicited an unsolicited audition and then one that is just them basically having sex. No one, I'm sorry. Your titties are not good enough. What if my titties are absolute fire? It's not enough. Not even the most perfect titties in the world. Not even. Oh my God. I can't believe people are doing this. Why, dude? Why? Why? Also, I'm sorry, but like, they're not going to be hiring some unknown to star in the next season of Bridgerton. This is not your overnight success story. Unless yours look like Jenks. True. Yeah. Unless you look like that picture of Jenk, then maybe go for it. I've never even heard of Bridgerton. Really? It's like the big, the new, well, not new, it's 3 seasons in, but it's like the big Shonda Rhimes show. It's like smutty, high society, UK, London. Where does it take place? London? No, it's not London. Where does Bridgerton take place? Oh, it is in London. Yeah, it's set in London. It was filmed in several locations throughout England. Yep. So put my titties away. I was 30 minutes into my audition tape. You know what? Might as well just finish it then. If you already went for it. Oh my God. I cannot believe. People cannot be normal. They just... Man, I know that a lot of people have a dream. And that dream is to be in the entertainment industry and maybe specifically to be on like one show. And in this case, it's Bridgerton. But there are things that you should not do. And there are things that people do all the time. Like, you guys remember during the strikes when people who were not in the union were using that as a way to try and network? Like, they would go to the strike lines. Would go to the strike lines because there were like big dogs there, and they brought their screenplays. They tried to bring like a hard copy of their reel. They were using the strikes where everybody was out of work because we were on strike to network and try and get your foot in the door. And look, I know how fucking hard it is to get your foot in the door. This is not a fair industry, okay? But that is a guarantee to end your career before it even begins, before you have a chance of it beginning. And then the other bad thing and crazy thing that people were doing is that they were posting that they were not, like, posting on Twitter that they were non-union and they were available to work. I'm like, okay, it's stupid enough to show up in person because maybe people will forget who you are. You post that shit online, you have your name and your face, and you're like, yeah, I'm totally down to be a scab. Oh, yeah, the TikTok scabber, the TikToker scabs. People were doing some real stupid ass shit. Movie studios do not, under any circumstance, take screenplays unsolicited. Do you think your boobas are going to magically change that? Yeah, screenplays that are solicited, do you want to know where those end up? To the interns and the assistants. And those are screenplays that the executives want. Like, they don't even read those. So much of my job at Sony was reading scripts that the executives would never read. And those were not unsolicited scripts. They have like a strict protocol for studios and streaming companies that they do not take unsolicited material. And same with casting directors, same with like every facet of the industry. And like I said, I know it's hard to get your foot in the door. It's hard to, to be able to network. And some people have used social media to try and do as such with look, if a casting director, if a writer, if somebody in the biz makes a Twitter post that's like, hey, I'm looking for directors in horror and thriller, like sometimes they'll put out these tweets where they're trying to help people get their foot in the door. And so then people in the comments will like, hi, I'm so and so, I write sci-fi and I like, here's my resume, blah blah blah. That, like, I see that happen. That's not the same thing as unsolicitedly sending your stuff to people. And like, some people just get real harassy about it too. It's like they'll send it once, but then they'll just keep sending. Can I send my script to your PO box? Go for it. If Hawk TUAH girl, oh my god. Okay, we're gonna talk about that today, because I'm finally at a point where I thought I could ignore it, and now I can't. Now I'm like, okay, this is everywhere. I'm seeing that she's getting representation. What? What the fuck is Hawk TUAH? So, sorry, but we're going to take a look, because it has now... There are certain things on the internet that I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't care. But then there are certain things that they get to a point that it's everywhere. And you're also like, wait, now this person is in my industry. What? Who is this person? Where did this... who up spin on their thing? So we're going to talk about what the hell is a Hawk TUAH. We'll talk about the coconut tree meme that comes from Kamala Harris. She's a manager and a publicist now. Yeah, and I want to bash my head against the wall. We're going to talk about the allegations against Neil Gaiman. And then I have this video I found on YouTube about internet loneliness and the loss of community. So we might watch that. And then, yeah. Oh, I also think I want to try getting back into some Elden Ring tonight. Like when Danielle Bregoli got signed to Atlantic Records after her meme went viral. Yeah, we are in a point in time where going viral for whatever, for anything, can mean that suddenly you're a star. You have what Pearl wishes that she had, and she will kill you. Oxy, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What's up, everybody? Meow. Okay, what do I want to start off with? You know what I love about Pearl, actually? Last thought. I love that Pearl auditioned one time, didn't get the job, and then went on a murderous rampage. I was like, I get it. She should have gotten the job. It should have been her. But she really, like, you think about it, she auditioned one time and then went all killer. Is Pearl that misogynistic, annoying girl? No. That's Pearl in real life, who is not worth the breath. This is Pearl in fictional life, who's the star of Ty West's trilogy. Started off with X, and then it was Pearl, and now it's Maxine. This is A24 Pearl. She may not have slayed the audition. You know, she did slay the audition, though. But she did slay her whole family. She slayed the audition, and then she slayed her whole family. Pearl fell off. I haven't heard of her in quite some time. You want to know why that happens? Because people stop talking about her. Isn't that amazing? Horrible people who are using the internet to grift only have as much power as the internet will give them. So if we ignore her, like, she's not relevant. That's how that goes. And I get it that there's like this push and pull between wanting to make fun of and call out really awful people. And then it's like okay, but we can't give him too much attention. That's what was happening with George Santos. Notice how he fucking disappeared too? It's time to stop talking about Hassan. Same thing with George Santos, though. He did the Z-Way interview, and that was like in the midst of him, being removed from Congress. And then that's been it. Jojo Siwa's a car crash, bro. I can't look away. No, Jojo Siwa's... I'm making an exception. I'm making an exception there because I also can't look away. I was just saying this. The lunatics at Kick will see getting a Jay Aubrey video as a badge of honor soon. I actually had one of those Jay Aubrey videos pulled. Look, I don't think that that's necessarily the same thing, because these are streamers that he's covering who need to have these deep dives done on them to show how fucking horrible that they are. And these are people who have, they have communities, they have a following. To me, the thing with Pearl, it was like, she's intentionally making these tweets to get attention, to like piss people off. When she's like, yeah, I just don't think women should vote. Well, when she says that the 20th time, we don't need to keep quote tweeting that and being like, oh, this fucking bitch. Like, this is the 20th time she's tweeted this. Exposing versus pandering. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with someone like Pearl, she was launching her internet career off of rage bait. I mean, she's a piece of shit for sure. She also became irrelevant because she couldn't keep up with the rhetoric as it was evolving. You want to know what happens? Because these people, same with the woman who said the N-word and then got fired from her job. It was like the TikTok woman suddenly becomes this right-wing darling. But then, the right wing starts coming after her because she had a half black child, because they thought that she was trans. They were transvestigating her. Similarly with Pearl. Pearl, like, her audience that she was trying to grift and appeal towards started to turn on her. And it's like, yeah, you dumb bitches. That's what happens. Yeah. They found old lib tweets of hers too. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think about Pearl's singing videos and feel sad. Oh my God. Maybe she should just try a career in music, All right, let's start off by let's talk about this coconut tree shit. Okay.
Many Democrats now in...
Oh, right. That was fucking loud. Okay. So as far as what the hell's going on with Joe Biden and the Democrats and the upcoming election in November, and we have the DNC in August. Nothing has been decided as of right now. It's just more and more of the media and reports coming out that there is a lot of tension, concerns, fighting over Joe Biden being who we got. My mom is so funny because my mom is very involved in the New York Times comments. I think she mentioned this one time when she was on my stream, where she's like finally reached, I don't know how the ranking of commenters works, but she's reached a certain status with the New York Times comments where I guess I don't know, it's some specialty thing. Anyway, my mom said that in the New York Times comments, she got into a lot of big fights over people who were saying that she was being misogynistic for casting blame on Jill Biden, since a lot of reports have come out about Jill and Hunter. But Jill, Jill's been there for 47 fucking years, wanting Joe to keep running. And then there was the latest Vogue article where Jill like very clearly enjoys this power and the privilege that comes along with it. I think a lot of people just haven't taken her seriously. Like they haven't seen her as a first lady who has a lot of sway over Joe, even though she's been there for 47 fucking years and she knows better than anybody what his, what cylinders are, how many cylinders are firing, which as of right now, 0. So my mom had commented this and she said people were coming after her. And then now as more has come out from the media, people have now changed their tune, and so she's getting a lot of support in the New York Times comments. Every time I'm on the phone with her, every time she's telling me about the latest battle in the New York Times comments, and she's always asking me, she's like, what does the team think? Remember, you guys are the team. She's like, what's the team saying? What does the team think? Because this is what's happening in the New York Times comment section. It's like, I can tell you right now, the team would piss off the New York Times commenters even more than you have. I can tell you that right now. She's like, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to tell these people that you and your young people they are not down for Biden. They are over this, and the Democrats have a serious problem. So my mom is speaking on behalf of the team. The team is not with Biden. She's in the trenches gauging the normie opinion. Yes. She's in the trenches with the most entrenched centrist libs, and she's telling them what's up. The team is not riding with Biden. The team is not riding Biden. My mom was also talking big shit on Gretchen. I always want to say Gretchen Wieners. She was talking big shit on Big Gretch. I guess she was talking shit in the New York Times comments too. The team is coconut maxing right now. Yeah. Okay. So for those of you who are like, what the fuck is this coconut shit? Well, let me show you the original clip of how the coconut tree thing has come about. And of course it comes from Mamala, who's always just saying kooky things. Time to roll the clip. But what's happening is that there is a mix now of people who are unironically standing Kamala Harris by saying like, coconut tree, blah, blah, blah. I fell out of the coconut tree. Like K-Hive is still alive and well. Okay. K-Hive has never gone away. So you've got like legitimate K-Hivers, and then you have diehard leftists like Emma Vigeland, who also is tweeting, but ironically, about how she's down with the K-Hive and the coconut tree. So it's funny because intentionally but unintentionally, this is like the most excitement that the Democratic Party has had drummed up for them as far as the presidential race goes, all because of the fucking coconut tree. This is the better video? Okay. Is this the Brat compilation? Oh, yeah. I have this saved as well. You know what? Let's just watch this one. Why did I stay up till 3 a.m. making a Von Dutch Brat coconut tree edit featuring Kamala Harris, and why can't I stop watching it on repeat?
Coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Yes, baby, you exist in the context of all that you've lived and all that came before you.
I'm just living that life. Fun Dutch cult classic, but I still pop every time my track drops. You're jealous. I'm just living that life.
Everything is in context.
That's basement that you
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. It's kind of giving George Bush energy. It's kind of giving W energy, where he would just say this kind of shit and be laughing about it. And like, yeah, things are so serious right now, but you also can't help but to laugh at this shit because you're like, what are you saying?
And what came before you. I love Venn diagrams. I really do. I love Venn diagrams.
I mean, look, if we're in hell and it's only getting hotter, you know what? I'll take it.
It's just something
I'll
about
take the
those
Venn
three
diagrams.
circles and the analysis about where there is the intersection, right? Yeah, I see people that you agree with me.
These girls are like, can I get a picture? And then they go online like, just kidding, I hate you. Cause we're just living that life.
So that's where the coconut thing is coming from. And any, like, I can't get over the hilarity that Democratic operatives who, you know, look at the energy or what people are saying online are seeing that there's all this energy and excitement for Kamala, but so much of it is leftists being ironic and just like memeing and pretending like they are part of the K-Hive. Irony poisoned internet. Yes. It is like the Dark Brandon shit. So yeah, we have to watch this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Actually, maybe we will. But I saw this video. If you've ever heard Kamala talking, you've at least at one point heard her say what can be unburdened by what has been, or some variation of it. But did you know that she has said this phrase a million times? No one knows what it means. And also, people didn't know that it's like her catchphrase.
Unburdened by what has been, you know? What can be unburdened
She also does
by
this
what
move.
has been. What can be unburdened by
what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
Look at fucking Charlemagne nodding along. He's like, yeah.
unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Who we can be unburdened.
Okay, we had a little change up there.
What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been, and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened
Am I stupid for not knowing what she means? She's talking about being in a coconut tree.
by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be
When did this
unburdened
start?
by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Like, I know what this phrase means. Talking about like not having to hold on to the past. We can move forward in the present. But it's fucking hilarious because she's always just saying it. And she uses the same intonation, the same hand signals. It's like for her, the most profound thing that she can say. And there's no like, elaborating. It's not necessary. Because it's all about what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Who is she quoting? I think just
unburdened
her.
By what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been. What can be.
Are you soaking it in now? Like the more and more times you hear it, do you understand now? Like, is it a part of you?
What should be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
I also love how proud of herself she looks.
By what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be.
Jordan, thank you for the 11 months.
Unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can.
You guys should just start slipping this into conversations that you're having now at work, with family, with friends, just like randomly. Just slip it in into a conversation, and when someone's like, what? You just keep going.
Be unburdened by where we have been. What was possible, unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can
the
be
choreography
unburdened by what has been. What can be 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 unburdened.
Who's feeling it? Who's starting to feel it?
Be
when you start to feel it, put it in the chat.
There are those who are unable to see what can be, but there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, we're not. Okay, I just need to watch.
Can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 can be unburdened by what has been. Who we can.
I can't. Oh my God. Now say it again, but 5 times faster. What can be unburdened by what has been. What has been. They should do like they did with the B movie. Where they sped the B movie up every single time. That it was what? They said the word B. And they should do that with Kamala Harris saying, what can be unburdened by what can be. Yeah, B-movie Kamala edition. Duke Ranger, thank you for the 10 months. Khan, thank you for the 14. Josie, thank you for the tier 1. Thurman What, thank you for the bits. Yeah, that is something that I want you all to really take into your own lives. Because remember, what can be unburdened by what can been. What? Wait. Fuck, I have to watch the video again. I have to watch it again. I'm so sorry. I screwed it up. I screwed it up. That means that it's not deep enough in me. We have to watch all 4 minutes again. I'm sorry. What can unburden has been could be? Fuck. Shit. Yeah, so there's also a lot of comparisons being made to between Kamala Harris and Selena Meyer. Lot of Veep clips getting brought back, a lot of side-by-sides.
Hey, man. You all right? Yeah?
Gary?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be president.
Of course you are. I mean, there's always hope, man. We've got plenty of hope in this world.
No. I mean, POTUS is gonna resign. And I'm about to become president.
The show writers literally traveled into the past or into the future and then came back and wrote this show.
No. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. Oh. Your nose is bleeding. Oh, you're bleeding. Oh my God, you're bleeding. Oh, Gary,
When I get excited, my nose bleeds.
What?
When I get excited, my nose bleeds.
Okay, you gotta sit down. Wait, you gotta sit down. Gary, you gotta sit down. Put your head back. Put your head back.
When I get excited, my nose bleeds.
Well, that's good. Wait, let me get you a paper. Oh.
Gary, you just have been
Gary.
so unburdened by what has been.
There's no toilet paper.
Go in my bag. Go in my bag. This is in my bag.
Okay.
It's in the
What?
Where is it? It's in the outer. It's in the outer pocket. It's in the outer pocket.
What is this one? Oh, that looks bad through here. Stick these in your mouth. Shove this up there. That'll do the trick. Why is there a bicycle? Gary, seriously? What? Oh my God, it looks so disgusting.
Bicycles.
Oh, I got it. Here, I got it. I got it. Here, shove these in. Shove these in. We gotta go. Uh-oh.
Everything all right?
Great. I need to go.
Oh my God. You just know that Kamala Harris's staffers are looking at all the tweets and all the excitement around Kamala, and they're just doing they're in her offices just dancing. She's like, I'm gonna be president. That's what's going on right now. I'm telling you, as panic has just permeated every inch of the White House, all the top donors to the Democratic Party scrambling to try and figure out what the hell is going on. The Democratic congressional leaders who are like, where the fuck is Joe Biden? Why haven't we talked to him? Everyone is panicking, freaking out, chaos, and Kamala's just reminds me of Morbius when Sony thought everyone was being serious. Right. When everyone was like, bring Morbius back, like Team Morbius, boycott theaters unless Morbius comes back. And then they brought Morbius back. Oh my God. Oh my God. And Kamala is standing there unburdened by what has been. Yep. Yeah. She is so unburdened. I have 3 words from the president tonight. He's all in, and so am I. Joe Biden's had our back. Now it's time to have his. No, dude. No. My guy. I know what game you're playing here. Shut the fuck up. Ugh. Joe Biden does not have your back. Joe Biden does not have your back because he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to have your back. He doesn't know where your back is. Yeah, these replies are. Tommy Lauren got a knife in your hand while you have his back. Gavin, look, I hate that bitch, but she's not wrong. Joe Biden doesn't have his own back. Yeah. Yeah. You want to know another thing that's very disturbing? So apparently the Biden family and team have been, they're at Camp David. Biden has pretty much been non-existent. He hasn't been doing any big interviews. He hasn't been doing any of the Sunday shows. Like the things that you would do as a candidate to after a bad debate performance, Biden ain't there. You want to know why? Because he can't fucking do that shit. Anyway, so the family's been at Camp David, and apparently, according to insider sources and reporting that's coming from the media, Hunter Biden has a ton of sway with his father, and Hunter Biden is also pressuring for him to remain as the candidate. And it's like, dude, yeah, unburden your father from what has been. What are we doing? This is my favorite coconut tree TikTok. Let me see. Yeah, Biden's like, no, I need my dad to be in office. See, that's what happens. That's what Dianne Feinstein's family did. They're like, no. You're going to stay in power.
Fell out of a coconut tree?
When I ask my astrology friend for a cute little reading and they tell me my whole life is about to crumble.
Exists in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Do I think Harris has a better shot at beating Trump? Look, as of right now, Harris is polling higher than Biden, but just about every major candidate name who's put forth is polling higher than Biden. Here's what I will say, because I'm not in the business of doing predictions. There is no risk in getting rid of Biden and going for someone else. Is there a guarantee they'll beat Trump, like from the Democratic picks? No. But there is no risk to doing that. The risk inherently is keeping Biden. That's just a fact. Like it is just a fact that the risk is Biden. Yep. That's where we're at. That's unfortunately the truth. Okay, Kamala Harris was asked if she's ready to be president. Hear her reply.
Panic mode over President Biden's chances come November. Today, the first sitting Democratic member of Congress called on Biden to step aside as others are calling the race for Donald Trump, including a Democrat who represents a rural.
Also, do you notice that Trump and his team have been pretty quiet with everything that the media is talking about in regards to Biden? Because they want Biden to run. They don't want Biden to drop out. They don't want there to be another avenue here. After that debate performance, they were like, oh my God, we have this fucking locked down. So they've been very quiet because they don't want to fuck anything up. They don't want to make it seem, they don't want to do anything to hasten or cause Biden to finally be removed as the candidate, for him to drop out.
District, one who flipped it from a Republican seat to a Democratic seat. That's Washington State Rep Marie Gluesenkamp Perez.
If it ain't broke,
Truth,
don't
I
fix
think,
it.
is that Biden is going to lose to Trump. I know that's difficult, but I think the damage has been done by that debate.
And what we are hearing from sources tonight makes clear that Lines like this from the White House.
I don't know if anybody listens to Pod Save America. I'm assuming no, but like sometimes some people will listen just to get the more, the more centrist Dem assuage like where they're at. So right after the debate, the Pod Johns, they came out pretty hard. They love Biden as a person, but they came out surprisingly hard against him in their evaluation of his performance. And throughout the last couple of pod episodes, they it's not that they've done a total 180, but they even mentioned that they got a lot of calls after that initial pod when they watched the debate and then did a pod with their initial debate reactions. After they did that, they got in trouble, and you can tell. And Obama called and yelled them 100%. Oh, amongst many calls that they received, for sure. And so, I don't know, like, you listen to them, and they haven't, like I said, they haven't fully walked back their evaluation of Biden, but they're trying so hard to be positive about him, and you can just hear the coping. Like, it's so obvious, man. Especially like that first pod of theirs where they're like, this is fucked, blah, blah, blah. And then to hear the overdrive of coping that they're doing and saying like, okay, if Biden's the guy, like we're going to throw everything behind him, blah, 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 blah. Like still trying to be positive on it. But yeah, like it is a big deal that the Pod Johns were even willing to be like, that was the worst debate performance that I've ever seen. The worst.
Top Democrats aren't cutting it.
It was a bad performance.
He had a bad night.
A bad night.
It was a bad night.
A bad night.
He had a really, really bad night.
Thursday night was a bad night.
Now, I should note, the White House is at least taking some of that advice.
Did you guys see, too, that the Biden team has been like, or Joe Biden himself said, oh, yeah, I shouldn't have traveled across the world, like, blah, blah. At first, they said it was a cold. They're like, oh, Joe Biden had a cold. That's why he was a corpse. And now they're trying to say that it's because he had traveled, even though he had been back for 12 days. Like, he was doing debate prep. So you like, they're just trying to throw anything at the wall right now and have it stick. But a big indicator that this is actually not a one night thing is the fact that Biden has been pretty quiet. He has not been going on Sunday shows. He has not been going on like Rachel Maddow. He's not doing any big interviews to like reassure, hey, that was a bad night, but here we go. Like when you have a bad debate as a candidate, you try your damnedest starting the next day to make the rounds, to try and assuage the fears of people who want to vote for you or, you know, we're going to vote for you. He's done the least amount of interviews of any modern president. Yes. Even before this debate performance, Biden like has not really... He really was not a guy who was doing interviews, was making the rounds. And I think some people were like, oh yeah, that's just not how Biden does his candidacy. And it's like, okay, but maybe look at it another way in that he's not physically capable of doing that. Like, are you not seeing? Are the stars not aligning here?
I mentioned earlier, President Biden is scheduled to do his first sit-down, in-depth interview this Friday. And it comes as a new CNN poll, though, might add to the pressure to do something unscripted sooner. The latest number...
Sit-down interview 2 weeks. 2 weeks after the worst debate performance in history. No exaggeration. That's bad.
Show that most in his party believe the best chance for Democrats to win is with someone not named Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. There's even a noticeable shift in how big-name allies of the president's, like former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, how they're talking about this race tonight.
Let us not make a judgment about a...
What is this split screen? What is this? Where's Pelosi? Oh my God.
Presidency
It
on
just
one
looks so weird.
one debate.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Stay.
Oh, yeah, those eyebrows are totally different, too. Oh, my God. There's two Pelosi's inside you, yes.
Is this an episode or is
Nancy unburdened and Nancy burdened.
this a condition?
Stay the course. Chill out. Chill out.
This party should not, in any way,
I don't know why this format of showing the side-by-sides is making me laugh so hard because it's so dramatic. It looks so weird.
do anything to work around Ms. Harris. We should do everything we can to bolster her, whether it's in second place or at the top of the ticket.
Of course, the Harris that Clyburn is referencing there would be the vice president, Kamala Harris. A vice president that I should note, the White House press
Showing us
secretary
the context of everything that has been that we all
whether or not
exist
Biden has
in.
spoken to her since the debate last Thursday, 5 days ago. For her part, Harris had this to say tonight.
Look, Joe Biden is our nominee.
Say it.
We
Say
beat
it.
Trump once, and we're going to beat him again. Period.
Are you ready to lead the
Come
country?
on, give us the line.
I am proud to be Joe Biden's running mate.
Tomorrow, President Biden will
Give
come
us
face
the
to face
line.
with some of his biggest surrogates in the nation, Democratic governors. Many of them have been out on the airwaves. Several of them, including my next guest here tonight, are being discussed, though, openly as potential replacements on the ticket if, and I should put the emphasis on if, it comes to that. And joining me now is Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who is a member of President Biden and his campaign's National Advisory Board. And Governor, it's great to have you here on The Source. When it comes to this, have you personally heard from President Biden since the debate last Thursday night?
I have not spoken with people in the campaign, but not with the president.
That's kind of surprising,
Pritz.
given obviously you are a member of the campaign. You're in the state that's hosting the Democratic convention come August. Are you surprised that you have not heard from him?
As far as billionaires in politics go, one of the better ones.
Yeah, I think it's important for the president to talk to not just the leaders of the Democratic Party across the board, but generally the nation. And so I'd like to hear more from him, and I think that he intends to do more of that.
What would you like to hear from him? I mean, there's word that he's called Democratic governors to meet potentially as soon as tomorrow. Is that true? And if so, what do you want to hear from President Biden right now?
Well, it is true that there's going to be a discussion tomorrow. There was a discussion yesterday among governors. It was all, fairly positive conversation. People express.
Also, I'm pretty sure I'm going to the DNC still in August because that is my home, Chicago. I am working on trying to get credentialed. I don't know if it will happen because it's really chaotic right now, and especially if this ends up being a brokered convention, then it's gonna be a madhouse. But yeah, my aunt who's like the Senate Democrat fundraiser in Chicago and in Illinois is the one in charge of all this stuff. So I'm trying to get a press pass from her, which would be sweet. Just tell them what can be unburdened by what has been. Yes, I need to get credentialed so that I can take what has been and it can be unburdened by what has been. God damn it, I still can't. I got a line. I got to practice this.
Expressing themselves and of course, talking about, what they'd like to hear from the president, what they think the strategy ought to be going forward. And I think everybody wanted to be able to express that to the president directly. And that's why Governor Walz, who heads the Democratic Governors Association, asked for the opportunity, and the president was readily willing to do it.
I mean, what are you going to say to President Biden? Because we are seeing, the first sitting Democratic lawmaker say that he should drop out of the race today. We're hearing concerns from other Democrats, even if they're still backing him. I mean, what do you want to say to him tomorrow?
Well, look, first of all, I think that there's a healthy discussion.
You know, if I end up streaming that DNC, you know what my number one question for people is going to be. Can you find it in yourself to be unburdened by what has been?
Going on within the Democratic Party. We're not a cult like the MAGA Republicans. We tolerate dissent, and we think it's good for democracy
MAGA.
To have this conversation. And,
it's Blue MAGA. Those are the people who write tweets like, it is disgusting the amount of ageism and ableism that I'm seeing. Like, so you want Donald Trump? Blah, blah, blah.
For me, anyway, my word is my bond. I honor my commitments. Joe Biden is going to be our nominee unless he decides otherwise. And so I think that there's a healthy conversation that will happen with the president, I hope, expressing what he intends to do going forward in the campaign and reassuring everybody that this is the right course to make sure that we stay the course with him.
Well, it is, of course, up to President Biden to make this decision. But you personally, what do you think? Do you think he should stay as the nominee?
Well, look, he's been terrific for my state.
Every single person you can just see in their head. Absolutely fucking not. But they're not going to say that. Of course not. That's why Newsom and Big Gretch and all these establishment Dems are reading off the same script. There's been a couple of Democratic politicians who have come forward and been like, Biden needs to step down. Apparently Joe Manchin, who's not even in the Democratic Party, was going to make some big statement, but I guess over the weekend the party took him aside, was like, don't do it, and I guess he listened. I don't know what they promised him, but all these people are thinking the same fucking thing, but they're going to keep towing the line. They're going to keep playing nicely by the rules because they're in it for their own political careers. Gavin Newsom's not going to go against the party. Of course not. No.
Remember, he rescued us from, an insurrection and then from an economy that could have cratered. And, of course,
I'm plugged into politics, but I know nothing about JB, so most Americans know nothing about him. Feel like once name rec comes into play, you can only go up. No, do you like him? Well, this is what I was talking to my mom about, because she was like, well, who do you think? I'm like, look, are there better options than Biden amongst the Democrats? Yes. Yeah. Do I think that, like, as far as billionaire Democratic governors go, JB's one of the better ones? Yes. Gretchen, they don't have the name rack. Andy Bashir, they don't have the name rack, but it's a matter of people who are going to go to the polls to vote for the Democratic candidate. And if it's Joe Biden, the chances of them just not going to the polls, and that's why we're talking about how this could be disastrous for down ballot candidates and how down ballot candidates are currently freaking out. Like people running in Michigan, for instance, are freaking out that like Michigan is going to be disastrous for Biden. People might just not show up to vote when they're like, oh, it's Joe Biden. That's my option. Great. Fuck this. I'm staying home, which then means that those other Democratic candidates are losing out on those votes because people vote down the ticket. I saw someone say we've seen Joe Biden stealing for every other candidate. We're looking at their floor with no marketing. Right. So that's why I also said, polls are polls and you can only put so much stock in them. Currently, there are other names like Kamala, like Pete, like even fucking Hillary that are polling higher than Biden, but are still below Trump. So that's why it's like, if you take all this into consideration, it's not the risk of running a Democrat that's not Joe Biden. The risk, the assured risk, is continuing to have Joe Biden as the Democratic candidate. Do you think Trump will win in this election? I know I say this a lot. I really don't like to be in the business of predictions, and I don't want to depress people. I try to be honest with what I think. What I will say, it ain't looking good. Okay? It ain't looking good. There are 4 months. Let's see. What are we in? July? Yeah, August, September, October. 4 months to the election. We have the upcoming DNC next month. I like, if things are going to change, it's going to be in this next month, because then they would be doing a brokered election. They would be doing a brokered convention where they're choosing a new candidate. Do I think you would beat Trump in this election? Oh, hi, Bernie. What's up? What's up, Bernie S? The actual Bernie Sanders is in here. They've gaslit themselves into thinking only Biden. They're delusional. Yes, it's the same people who thought, who like forget that Biden was not an exciting candidate in 2020. The reason that Biden became the candidate is because before South Carolina, going into South Carolina, all the Democratic candidates besides Warren and Bernie dropped out to throw their support to Joe Biden. Joe was like 4th. Pete Buttigieg was doing better in the primaries than Joe was. But they got in their minds that Joe Biden was the only person. They were convinced Joe Biden is the only person who can beat Donald Trump. So we're going to, and he did beat Donald Trump. He did. It was close. It was close, but he beat Donald Trump, even though the election was stolen. Things are different now. And what hasn't changed, though, is that Joe was never an exciting candidate to begin with. And the reason that he had, like, they convinced people to vote for him, one of the reasons was they posited him as a transition candidate. So it's like, look, we know Joe is old. We get it. We know people aren't excited about him, but he's the bridge. We need this right now. This is what they do now all the time. They're like, this is the most important election of our lifetimes. They try and, make peace with leftists, with young people, with people who are like not excited about 90-year-old Democratic candidates, establishment candidates. They're like, look, this is the bridge. Okay. We will bring in younger, more progressive, blah, 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 blah. And so they made him out to be a one-term president who they just had to deal with the monster that was Donald Trump. And they're trying to do this again now, but a lot has changed. And a lot of people who thought back in 2020 that Biden was too old, that they didn't want him to be their candidate, they didn't want him to be their president, now are even more like, what the fuck? It's worse. It's so much worse. And you guys are trying to tell us the same shit. DNC doesn't want... No, I know. The Democratic Party does not want progressive candidates. No, they want establishment, hard blue line candidates. That's why people like Gretch and Gavin are so faithful and are following orders. And as soon as they're told something different, then they will do that. But they are relying heavily on the DNC to propel them forward in their political aspirations.
From a health crisis that killed too many people under Donald Trump. And then, he's done a lot to revive American manufacturing. And in my state, we've seen jobs and companies coming back to the United States and to Illinois. And of course, this is a president that stands up for women's rights and workers' rights. So, I think very highly of the president, and that's why I've supported him. Again, I think a healthy discussion is good, and there'll be a result of that, leading into the convention.
Are you still supporting him now, though?
Yeah, I think that, again, he's our nominee. And so unless he makes a different decision, I'm on board and I'm supporting the president. Again, he's been good for the country. And remember what the contrast is.
And to be clear, Joe Biden won in 2020 not because of Joe Biden, but because of a host of factors, including COVID. COVID was terrible, but it was a gift that was given to Biden.
This is a despotic narcissist on the other side, in Donald Trump. And the Supreme Court just gave him even more power, potentially, with immunity from prosecution for things that I think we all know he's capable of doing. And he's a convicted felon and an adjudicated rapist, and he's a congenital liar. And I think the contrast, no matter what you think of the president's debate performance last Thursday, the contrast between these two is so great. And it's clear that the most empathic president, at least in my lifetime.
Yeah, so this has been the strategy, too, that I've seen over and over again. It's like, yeah, the debate performance wasn't great, but we can't lose sight. We can't lose sight of how horrible Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is a liar. Donald Trump is a monster. Donald Trump is this and this and this and this and this. And it's like, yeah, we know. We fucking know. It's been 8 years, man. 8 years. And the Democrats, you guys gotta... You need a new playbook here. Most important election of our lifetime. Donald Trump is so terrible. Blah, 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 blah. That does not inspire people to get to the polls. Not right now.
Is Joe Biden.
But is that clear? Because it doesn't look that way in polling. I mean, 3/4 of voters, U.S. voters in a new CNN poll say the Democratic Party would have a better shot holding the presidency in 2024 with someone other than President Biden at the top of the ticket. I mean, do you agree with that, or are the voters wrong?
Well, I think that's why President Biden needs to communicate more. We haven't heard a lot from him since the debate, and that's why the polls look as they do. I think that when you come off a bad debate, you need to remind people why you're the right guy to elect, and I know that Joe Biden will do that over the next couple of weeks. At least I expect him to. Or he'll make a different decision. And I think that's, again, this is a healthy conversation for us all to be having. And I think that the president needs to communicate to everybody once again why he's the right guy.
You keep talking about
you're saying vote or die is not an
discussion.
effective message.
Have you heard from other Democratic
totally
governors
behind it.
who do believe that he should drop out of the 2024 race?
No, nobody said that. There was, again, we had a call the other day, yesterday actually, in which people just expressed that they wanted to hear more from the president, that they certainly were concerned about the debate performance, but they just want to make sure that this is the right direction and that the president reassures them. I have not heard any of the governors express that, he's not the right guy. It's just that I think there are questions that got raised by that debate. And hopefully that's just a one-off situation that the president can rectify by letting everybody know, once again, all the great things that he's done.
Can you imagine Kamala Harris being the first woman president over Hillary?
Done for working families across America.
Misinformation has been...
All right. I have a question. Maybe you can answer it for me. Does an official act as president include extending a presidential term, like hypothetical President Trump in 2024, say what the length of his term is, 10 years, actually, with no punishment? You can't do that. There's a lot of things you can do. But, I mean, look, if Trump just goes full fascism, which he's at, I guess I say as far as you can't do that in that an official act that's protected under immunity is not just declaring yourself the president forever. It's like anything's possible. Yeah, an official act is more so just like, killing assassinating somebody overseas so that we can install who the U.S. government wants to install, like that type of thing. Yeah, that's usually what that would be. Girk, thank you for the 8 months. All right. Let's talk about the Neil Gaiman allegations. So yeah, as of right now, there's no movement, no confirmed movement as to regarding who the motherfucking Democratic candidate is going to be. I feel like, I know I've said I'm not in the business of predictions. I'm just of the feeling that Biden is not going to drop out. That's how I feel. I got to be honest. And I think it will just be a forced rallying around him. In my fat pants, thank you for the prime. Wheezy Keezy, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah. He'll drop dead before he drops out. It's kind of how I feel. And it's going to be a really terrible end to his political career. You know, Biden could, like, on the 4th of July, come out, give a stirring speech, or as much of a stirring speech as he can, about how he loves this country, loves democracy, yada, 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 and choose that as a moment to drop. But I don't think that's going to happen. So that's I'm hoping I'm wrong. But that's just what I think is what it is right now. And that's why I said to Hassan, people kind of got mad. They're like, "Oh, Caroline, you said nothing drastic is going to change when Hassan's gone for the week." I was like, "Okay, I didn't mean like the news in general, all right? Like I'm not some piece of shit who sees what happens in, what's happening in Gaza. It's like, oh, nothing drastic is going to change. Like terrible things are happening. Yeah, Supreme Court decision has put out four terrible decisions in the last week. What I was referring to was Biden dropping out of the race. That was me coming from, that's not going to change, in my opinion, in the week that you're on this vacation. Okay, look, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not looking into the future of all things political. I wasn't like, yeah, nothing will change in the world. Hello, I stream almost every day and there's always news to cover. I just meant I didn't think Biden was gonna drop out in the next week, and the conversation is just still this ongoing debate and concern over him being the candidate. Anyway, okie dokie. Let's talk about Neil Gaiman. So some serious allegations came out, and it was reported on by this podcast called Tortoise. It's like this media company, Tortoise, and I guess they have a podcast. I have read some not so favorable things about these podcast hosts and this podcast, and like it does feel kind of gross that this, I guess, is similar to a true crime podcast, and this is how these allegations were released. It has been picked up by outlets like Rolling Stone. Rachel Johnson is Boris Johnson's sister. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the whole family is just shitty. Will Neff. I love this stream. Hi. I'm sorry for the frantic phone call when our internet went out. But I just did what I do best, and that is unplug random cords and plug them back in. Well, I'm just about to talk about... Thank you, Billiam Neferson. I'm just about to talk about these sexual assault allegations against Neil Gaiman. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to give a little context on this, where I think it's not to say that it discredits the women who made the allegations, but wow, I'll head out. Yeah, not a fun subject. Not to say it discredits these women, but I just am like, feels icky that these people like use this to advertise their true crime-esque podcast. And also Rachel Johnson's she's just a shitty person. She sucks. Yeah. Hate that this is how this is being released. All right, but let's read through the allegations. Actually, let's start off with this.
This story is about one of the most difficult to report and yet one of the most common forms of abuse of power. Allegations of sexual assault within an otherwise consensual relationship. In this case, 2 women's allegations against the author, Neil Gaiman.
Neil Gaiman has been called the most loved living writer. He's also one of the world's most successful writers. His books, Coraline, American Gods, Good Omens, The Sandman, sell millions of copies worldwide. His writing is adapted for Netflix and Amazon miniseries, Hollywood films, and West End shows.
We set out to hear every side of this story, so threaded throughout this podcast, you will hear Neil Gaiman's position, and it's a denial of any non-consensual sex with the women we've spoken to, and of any unlawful behaviour. We've also spoken to 2 women friends, one a former lover.
Oh my God, I was thinking the same thing. This guy is giving Eli Roth.
Who had nothing but positive things to say about him.
We examined the women's allegations over many months. We interviewed and re-interviewed them, spoke to others, combed through emails and messages, reviewed photos and other documents. These 2 women have never met or spoken. They're separated by decades and continents, yet their allegations are materially...
Yeah, like I said, these people and their podcast doesn't feel like the appropriate place for these serious allegations to be broken. I haven't listened to the podcast, but just that alone feels exploitative. It feels self-interested.
Similar. Neil Gaiman's position is that there is no similarity between their allegations, which are denied, and that all sexual activity with the women was consensual.
In October last year, I got an Instagram message from a young New Zealander called Scarlett. We're using her first name only to protect her identity. There was no hint there of the bombshell email that arrived a week later, an email in which she alleged that a famous British author repeatedly sexually assaulted her. I teamed up with Paul and we spent months testing her allegations, speaking to whomever we could and reading through piles of material, a reporting project that took us through Neil Gaiman's Scientology upbringing, his start in comic books, and ultimately to another woman with allegations of sexual assault against him.
You can listen to all 4 episodes of Master, the allegations against Neil Gaiman, for free today.
Yeah. Why is this so dramatized? It feels like a Netflix doc or something from 10 years ago, not something breaking. Right. Like this, I'm just not comfortable with this format and these people breaking this story and these allegations this way. This is not like the New York Times, Megan, the two female journalists who broke the story on all of the Weinstein allegations and the Weinstein accusers, and it was just like months and a lot of care was put into it, and it was a story in the New York Times. Yeah, the podcast, the music, like the advertisement for their podcast. Anyway, all right, let's just read through this. Neil Gaiman has been accused of sexual assault by 2 women with whom he was in consensual relationships and is the subject of a police complaint in New Zealand. Gaiman's position is that he strongly denies any allegations of non-consensual sex with the women and adds that New Zealand police did not take up his offer of assistance over one woman's complaint in 2022, which he says reflects its lack of substance. However, New Zealand police said it made a number of attempts to speak to key people as part of this investigation, and those efforts remain ongoing, adding that there are a number of factors to take into consideration with this case, including locations of all parties. It's giving documentary, but like the icky ones where it seems like they're just getting content off of drama. Yeah, like true crime documentaries. The allegations span 2 decades and concern young women who came into contact with Gaiman, the 63-year-old best-selling author of The Sandman, Good Omens, and American Gods, as a nanny to his child and as a fan of his writing. Yikes. The women's allegations were first reported in Tortoise's podcast, Master, The Allegations Against Neil Gaiman, released on Wednesday. The 4-part series examines the women's account of rough and degrading sex with the author, which they say was not always consensual. Although the vast majority of cases of sexual assault happen within relationships, most allegations go unreported and therefore unprosecuted because of the expectation that alleged victims would not be in a relationship with their alleged assailant. While the law says that consent is for each and every sexual act, many people assume that a relationship provides ongoing consent. Scarlett, 23, alleges that Gaiman sexually assaulted her within hours of their first meeting in February 2022 in a bath at his New Zealand residence, where she worked as a nanny to his child. Tortoise understands that Gaiman's account is that they only cuddled and made out in the bath and that he had established consent for this. His position is that over the 3-week sexual relationship that followed, they only ever engaged in consensual digital penetration. Scarlett alleges that within this otherwise consensual relationship, Gaiman engaged in rough and degrading penetrative sexual acts with her. Tortoise has seen contemporaneous messages, notes, and spoken to friends who Scarlett talked to at the time, which supports her allegations. The second woman, Kay, was 18 when she met Gaiman at a book signing in Sarasota, Florida in 2003. She began a romantic relationship with him when she turned 20, and Gaiman was in his mid-40s. But alleges that she submitted to rough and painful sex that she neither wanted nor enjoyed. In one incident, she alleges that Gaiman penetrated her despite her asking him not to, as she was suffering from a painful infection. Gaiman's position is that he denies any unlawful behavior with Kay and is disturbed by her allegations. Digital's your fingers, yeah. Tortoise understands that he believes Kay's allegations are motivated by her regret over their relationship and that Scarlett was suffering from a condition associated with false memories at the time of her relationship with him, a claim which is not supported by her medical records and medical history. Gaiman is on Time magazine's list of the world's 100 most influential people, credited with bringing comics to a global audience. He has been called the most loved living writer. His writing has been adapted for Netflix and Amazon, Hollywood films, and West End shows. He delivered the last annual Tolkien lecture at Oxford University and was selected to open the latest season of the Queen's Reading Room podcast. And then they have like summaries for each one of their 4 episodes. And they're like, sign up, listen to the podcast, blah, 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 blah. Reps for Gaiman did not immediately return Rolling Stone's requests for comments. Yeah, so I have not listened to this podcast, and like I said, I just feel morally unsure how Do I listen to this podcast even though I think these people are telling this story or covering these allegations in what is possibly an exploitative way? It is giving like true crime salaciousness. I wish that this had been investigated by like a legitimate media outlet. Are they the only ones who have investigated? So far, they are the ones who broke these allegations. So the reports that I've seen, Vio, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Okay, because Tortoise is the one that's broken these allegations because they have the story. They talked to these women. They apparently have response from Neil Gaiman, yada yada, and that's why they produced it as a 4-part series for their podcast. So everything else that I found reporting on this, like Rolling Stone, is just reporting on the report from Tortoise. Yeah, I wish I had like I wish I had a different source reporting on these allegations that we could take a look at. Like it just, I don't know, it just feels like true crime podcast promotion. You know, like it just feels like an indictment of what is wrong with the true crime podcast format. Feels icky. But like, you know, the allegations are pretty serious, and the thing is just to remind us that sexual assault is still sexual assault, even if it happens within the confines of a relationship, and even if you consented. Like, even if you said yes, but then you don't consent, then you say no, or you don't consent, then you're not consenting. It does not, like, consent that was previously given is not then consent forever. Like, let's just remember that. I personally am going to wait for more source for making a judgment on the situation. I feel like it's exploiting both sides. I'm not going to make a judgment. No. Oftentimes when we are, like, I will cover serious allegations against people in the entertainment world. It's just like something that I cover often on this stream. And sometimes it's just like bringing you guys the news, and then when more comes out, providing continuous coverage on that. In this case, I'm going to do what I will usually do, right? When allegations like this have been broken, but there's not more serious sources that have reported on it yet, is that I'm just going to tell you guys, like, this is what is going on, and express my discomfort with this being presented in a true crime podcast format. Like, ugh. Yeah, one of the podcast hosts is Boris Johnson's sister and is like a massive TERF and just very not a very good person. Not saying that means that the allegations aren't true. But yeah, I guess I guess just like talking about consent and using this as an opportunity to remind that consent has to be given every single time, and this is where things always get complicated, and consent is still something that a lot of people don't understand, or think that if you're in a relationship or if you have previously consented, then that's good enough. And it's just a reminder that that's like not how that works. And a reminder too that one of the women who has alleged sexual assault against Gaiman was 18 years old when she met him. She was a fan of his writing. And so that brings up the topic that we talk about all the time, which is power imbalance in a situation like that. This individual, this 18-year-old female who was a fan of Neil Gaiman's, does not have the power in the dynamic here. And then same with the other woman who was an employee of his. Again, power dynamics. So, anywho, I don't really... According to Tortoise's investigation, Kay did not file a police report. Scarlett filed a complaint to New Zealand police in October 2022. Gaiman told Tortoise that the police did not pursue his offer to assist the investigation regarding the complaint, citing that this showed the lack of substance of the complaint. But New Zealand police told the outlet that it made a number of attempts to speak to key people as part of this investigation, and those efforts remain ongoing, adding that there are a number of factors to take into consideration with this case, including location of all parties. I work in New York nightlife, and my team sponsors and pays for consent guardian training courses. Learned a lot over the last few years. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have learned what consent actually is. Consent has been a big part of the conversation that, that became a national conversation with the Me Too movement and talking about things like power dynamics and just, having these conversations about when there's a situation that is not like, it's not just black and white. There's so many things that need to be considered. When I was growing up, if you changed your mind, you'd definitely be blamed and called a tease. Yeah, and we still have a long way to go with our understanding of how all this stuff works and like how this happens all the time still. It's insane. We have to teach people to be more empathetic by teaching about consent. Yeah, and this is something that needs to be taught at a young age. And consent is not just yes or no. I mean, there's a big gray area of consent where maybe someone did say yes, but there were power dynamics at play. They felt pressured into saying yes. It wasn't true consent. So like, that's what I mean, where things are not black and white. There's a lot that needs to be considered, a lot of nuance. And that's where things get tricky when you see a story about someone who's alleging sexual assault or sexual misconduct, and there is a lot of nuance within that, where there are still plenty of people who will see that and go, okay, well, they were in a relationship, so that was consent. No. Well, they had said yes, they agreed to go over there, so it's fine. Okay, no. Well, they literally said the words yes. Okay, but they felt pressured into doing so. They felt like they weren't going to have a place to stay, or like they were going to lose their job, et cetera, et cetera. Like, so much that needs to be considered when we're talking about if it's truly consent. I feel bad for these victims because if this is them breaking their story, this outlet, and the people responsible are being icky and kind of disrespectful to me. The mind-changing thing is stupid too, because it's like if you agree to get in an Uber and then go, actually, never mind, let me out, and they don't, everyone has a perfect understanding of consent in that situation, agree that it's wrong and messed up. Yes, we understand consent when it's not in the context of sex. In my experience, when there's an issue, people choose to not understand the confounding factors in consent, like power, money, and status that they're leveraging. Yeah. Power dynamics are very interchangeable with the conversation around consent. Like where one is, the other is. Yeah. And a lot, progress has been made on this front because of movements like the Me Too movement, but there's still understanding and work that needs to be done, because there are plenty of people who do not look at things this way. And it is one of those things where you have to raise your children, especially young boys, with this type of understanding. I saw this quote, like, girls are taught about modesty before they're taught about consent, and it hurts me. Yeah, I've seen that before too. Victims will always be blamed, though. Even if they said no, they will often be blamed and shamed for not saying no loud enough or direct enough or at all, because they were in freeze, fauna state of trauma. Right. And it's easy to cast judgment and to think about what you would have done in that situation, but you're not in that situation. But also, if you think about it, you probably have been in a situation like that. And maybe you haven't realized that you consented to something, but it wasn't really consent. That, like, you're not aware. You're not able to vocalize the power dynamics that had been in play in that situation, but like subconsciously you knew that there were pressures on you to say yes. And we call that coerced consent. Anywho, I think that that's all I have on this right now. Just, I don't know. I just want to be, I want to be as cautious as I can in regards to this, and not really say anything further. It's messed up that victims get shamed for either not coming out back when it happens, and they get shamed for coming out immediately after it happens. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, I mean, we still have a culture that loves to blame victims. The conversation is important regardless of what Gaiman did. Yes, that's like the most, that's what I feel comfortable, ironically, because this is uncomfortable, but that's what I feel comfortable whenever there are allegations that have broken like this, and there's really not a whole lot we can do, or I feel comfortable saying in regards to these specific allegations, but more so always just having a general conversation around consent and around power dynamics. Took me years to acknowledge the lack of consent and coercion, people taking advantage of me, etc. It's good that it is being discussed. And there's so many things that can affect you feeling like you need to say yes. You know, it could be that it could be because you don't want to, put your job at risk. It could be because there's the threat that, like, you'll be kicked out of the place. It could be that I've read from men before who have felt pressured into having sex with a woman that they've been told that you're a pussy, you're a bitch, like that type of thing, like being pressured still into having sex. Like this is all there's so many ways that consent can be coerced. So yeah, it's not so simple. No, I was scared it'd be much worse if I didn't say yes. Oh yeah. I mean, I think back on a lot of my sexual encounters, and it's painful. It's painful to recognize when, oh yeah, no, I wasn't really consenting there. I gave consent because, or if I was even asked, like if that was even a choice, because of these reasons. Like, yikes. The stigma around having real conversations about sex creates the conditions of people being unaware of being taken advantage of. Right. That's why it's important to have these conversations. So you are aware of these things, and you can hopefully protect yourself, or you can protect others. You know, that like it's good for us to know so it doesn't happen to us, but that also we don't do that to other people. A huge fear for men is not being believed because you could have pushed them away. Yep, that's toxic masculinity. The idea that men can't be raped, or at least not raped by women. There's stuff I realized I wasn't super comfortable with, but like I was consenting to. It's not like I'm going to go after them. Right. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that like each of these instances, you need to like be totally consumed by it and pursue legal charges or whatever. I think it's just like, unfortunately, it's normal. Like it's been normalized in society. And it's like a lot of other things where we just come to terms with, oh yeah, now I can see why these past experiences I've had were wrong in one way or another, and so that you can be a better advocate for yourself going forward. Lucas Mucus, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, there was this girl once who I knew who she would grab men. Like she would grab and grope them. But it was always like, oh, she's just funny and it's in a party setting and whatever. And finally, this other girl and I had heard from, we had heard from male friends of ours how uncomfortable they were and how upset they were, and had to have that conversation. And that was so, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, in her mind, like, I think this can happen sometimes with some women where they also think that, like, because women are so frequently the targets of sexual misconduct and just how so much of the conversation revolves around women as victims, that like they almost don't realize that they can do that as well. It's like, dude, look at it as if you were a guy and like that had happened to you, it would be clear to you that that was wrong. Like I know you, and I know that to be clear to you. So you can't do those things just because you're like a cute girl. Yeah. Yeah, that was a really uncomfortable conversation to have, but it had to be had. Anyway, I know that this is always a really heavy topic, but it's something that most of us have been affected by, and it is really important to keep having these conversations so we can be better advocates for ourselves, and also hopefully not do this behavior to others, because we're aware of these things. Yeah. Awareness is always the first step towards progress. It's a disappointing dynamic that further cements patriarchy. The idea that women are passive and nonviolent disarms everyone in how we act and how our actions are reacted to. Women can't be violent in any way, while men are virtually encouraged to be, or they are not men. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go on to a lighter topic. I don't know because I don't know anything about it, and that would be whatever Hawk TUAH is. I'm gonna figure this out alongside those of you who don't know what this is. We're gonna look into this. Okay. Keeks, thank you for the 3 months. Where do we even fucking start? All right, I have 2 articles that I've pulled up. This one says, Hawk TUAH girl, explained by straight dudes. Okay. This is how the right won the Hawk TUAH girl. All right. Cool. Let me do a little YouTube searching here. Here's the Hawk TUAH girl original video. Okay. Okay, so this came out 10 days ago? It's only been 10 days of Hawk TUAH girl, and she's a fucking star and now has a manager and a publicist? She's a billionaire already. She's a fucking billionaire. Oh my God, what an age we live in. What an age we live in where that's all it takes to be a star. Sejong Sim, thank you for the 6 months. Kink is Karma, thank you for the gifted. I think the actual original video was days before this. I don't know. All I know is that within the last week, I feel as if Hawk TUAH has been everywhere. Hawk TUAH has been all over.
You gotta give him that Hawk TUAH and spit on that thing. You get me?
Oh! It's Hawk TUAH. Like the sound that you're making when you're spitting, and in this case on a dick, when you spit on that thing. I'm sorry. That's what this is. That's what this is. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm actually gonna lose it. That is where Hawk TUAH, it's not even TUAH, comes from, and now she has Hollywood representation because of that. You know what? I need some fucking water, okay? I need some water, and I'm gonna go jump off a bridge. Aardvark King, thank you for the gifted. God.
Look, this finna be lit. We finna ask these people some crazy.
What's one move in the bedroom that make a man go crazy every time that you do?
Let's see. That Glock 3000.
What you do?
Okay, so then why didn't Gawk 3000? Why isn't there Gawk 3000, girl? This is the whole video without filler. Okay, please, because I do not need to watch 13-minute video.
Get drunk. Like we're doing right now.
Y'all get over a breakup right
The
now?
only way to get over one is get under another. Amen.
So you got a side piece.
Maybe I got 3. Maybe I got 7.
How many is on your roster?
There's only one I want, but till he's serious, I'm a boo.
Oh, call her daddy Queen Gawk 3000. Okay, I see. I didn't know that. I didn't. Sorry, Gawk 3000. Old. No one cares about Gawk 3000. Now it's all.
So how many you got on your roster right now?
Maybe 4.
One. She said 1.
Maybe 4. How many you got on your roster?
None.
You trying to add 1 to it?
Add 1?
Yeah, you trying to add
Is
1
that
more
you?
to it? Yeah, that's me.
Maybe, I don't know.
So I can get your number?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. There you go.
You got it.
Who is this guy?
There you go.
Is he even famous? Is he even a big TikToker? Or is it now like this crazy thing where Hawk Tua girl is way more famous? He doesn't even come close. He's just some YouTuber.
I got one more for you.
Questions. Like, you gotta make it good.
Leave a message to your last body.
My last body?
Yeah.
I miss you. Come back.
You miss him?
Yeah, pretty much.
He was doing his little thing.
Yeah.
What's your type?
Like me. Like me, but a boy version, pretty much.
Explain.
I can. Go ahead.
That guy's calling right now.
You. Leave a message to your last body.
I love you, Pookie, forever.
They must have been doing the right thing.
What can I say?
Okay.
Bit the cobwebs off this thing.
Are you supposed to this room? I'm waiting. Come on. She'll be back. Like, I don't know how to answer those.
You know how to answer those?
Like, my type, I don't have a type.
Do you know what makes you wifey material?
Me, wifey?
Yeah.
Everything.
Everything?
Yeah.
Explain. What's everything?
I'm loyal. This is my wife. What makes me wifey material?
What makes her wifey material?
That fat you got.
For real, turn around. Let me see.
Okay.
No, she got
Okay. There is more. There is more than just Hawk 2. I thought that was just it. And I was like, that's it. She is charming. She's funny. She's a drunk girl on the street who's given some good lines. I'm just still like, how does this translate to representation from a major agency in Hollywood? Like, what's the plan? How do we get to that? This feels like I'm there and I'm having the worst night out with my friend. I didn't want to walk away from a weird guy I don't want to talk to, and I'm immersed in a bad way. Yeah, this is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Usually, like, these street conversations are quick, right? Like, they're just little moments.
Go ahead, give us
No, man.
Can we have a
Hawk
360?
Tua the movie?
Can you give us a 360?
You know what? It'll be better than that Red One movie starring The Rock that cost $270 million.
Girl. Come on, you gotta spicy one.
You want a spicy one?
Yeah.
What's one move in bed that make a man go crazy every time?
One what?
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every
Okay,
time?
here it is.
That you do.
That I do.
Yeah. That makes a man go crazy every time.
Does not reply.
In bed, Haley.
Oh.
This is for her.
What?
You gotta answer this. You got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh,
that
you
do?
gotta give him that huck to and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Huck to and spit
No,
on
like-
it. Spit on it. If I say
Like, she's more entertaining than he is, and he's the street interviewer. He's like he's the YouTuber street influencer.
Oh yeah.
Interviewer.
Okay, I got another one for y'all.
Okay.
Would you rather? Hold on, is she listening?
Would you rather?
Would you rather have back shots for the rest of your life or missionary for the rest of your life? You can only choose one.
back shots.
Back shots? Why back shots?
Because I don't like somebody looking at me in my face, you know?
You don't like that eye contact?
I don't
'Cause
like
it's a little
that.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's a
I'm
little
not
bit
a
too
pillow
intimate.
princess,
A little bit
you
too
get me?
intimate. Okay, I got you.
I know what that term is now.
Wait, you gotta repeat. I'm sorry. I'm really focused.
Back shots or missionary for the rest of your life? You can.
Okay. No, I know. It's not about being good enough to be signed. It's about being viral enough. Right. I know. I know. This is still where I'm I always find myself at a loss because it's one thing if you have content, like you have TikTok, you have whatever, and then you just like get a lot of attention after you go viral. But it's another when it's one viral moment and then where do you go from there? So now you just have all these eyes on you, I guess. Like you have the nation's obsession. You've gone viral, but going viral these days is different than going viral like back in the day. When you used to go viral, it would be extended. Like it was like going viral was not something that you could go viral in a day and then, even that day, later that day, something else goes viral and takes over your viral moment. Seriously, she just sold Hawk to emerge. So yeah, maybe this is like a prolonged viral moment. I just don't see. Yeah, and maybe she is like the next Cash Me Outside girl where, yeah, Danielle Bregoli. But to be fair, Danielle Bregoli made all of her millions off OnlyFans. Danielle Bregoli made like $50 million off OnlyFans. So I hate to be the person who's like, okay, so do you like make an OnlyFans? I'm not saying that this girl should do that or like is an OnlyFans girl. But that was how Danielle made a fucking bag. Just thinking about how if this was a few years ago, she would have gone on Ellen for this. You're so right. You're so right. This Hawk TUAH? Oh my God, the fucking visor, man. I am giving suburban mom who's like, wait, what is this? What? Hawk TUAH?
You can only choose one.
That's hard. Hold on.
That's what she said.
Okay, wrap it up. Okay.
Tim and DTV.
All right.
You said we better post that?
Yes.
Okay.
Post it for real.
All right. Raise the camera.
I don't know. I just have such a fascination with this because, yeah, it seems stupid that this is how things can go, where you go viral for not something that you've made. It's not as if she made a TikTok that went viral. She went viral for, her personality in someone else's TikTok. But being able to like turn that into business opportunities, it's wild. Like, it is so weird. It's so weird. Selling merch, people getting tattoos, getting signed, like being and now she's like the face. So the reason I finally was like, okay, I gotta look into this Hawk Tuah thing is because the right has like taken this whole Hawk Tuah moment, and it's like their slogan now. Donald Trump has merch that has the Hawk Tuah thing on it. It's been like co-opted by the right wing as their rallying cry.
How did they
Yes, I saw that, and then I was like, okay, I need to learn what this Hawk Tuah thing is.
do it 4K?
This is the clearest video.
Okay, that's the end of that video. Someone posted this in Discord. Oh my God, people really get tattoos of anything, don't they? They don't care about permanently inking their bodies. They really are they'll just get a tattoo of anything. Alrighty. Okay. And they don't even like Trump. Wait, who? These girls? And like, is her friend famous now too? Here's Joe Rogan on it. I never watched Joe Rogan, but we'll watch this.
Did you see the you got a Hawk Tuah spit on that thing, girl?
Yo,
it's massive.
she's
That
famous
girl,
now.
That girl, one video. Have you seen it, Brian?
Yeah. Hawk Tuah.
One girl gets interviewed, and it's just, I love moments like that where one weird video, it's so funny that the whole world sees.
She's
Did
the
you
most
find
famous
it,
person
Jamie?
on the planet right now. So the one I saw on Instagram, the top comment underneath it is another woman being like, nobody needs, you don't have to spit on it. And then it's just 1,000 news. It's like, somebody taught you wrong, bitch. People aren't telling you the truth. Spit on it.
Especially the way she says it. Like, that
It's
lady,
so good.
she's not pretending.
She said like she passed, like she got a certificate.
She's not posing. That lady's
But
a black belt spitting on dicks.
The right just tries to latch onto any viral moment they perceive as not political or woke. Right. Yeah. They see this girl with her thick Southern accent, cute, blonde, white girl who is, who's like talking about sex in a funny way. And she's their mascot. Like, if this were not a white girl, the right would not have clamored onto it.
A girl going,
I would be into her.
Yeah.
The way with her
cool.
enthusiasm, yeah, you would.
There's
if
some
she
real
did it.
passion there.
But if you hear a girl go, you're not gonna be like, wait a minute, hold on.
Let's see it, Jamie. Didn't I send you a bunch of good versions?
The memes of it? Or
Somewhere I read that she said she was drunk and doesn't remember the interview.
At least.
I
wonder how she
I wonder what
monetizes
she's
that.
doing. She's probably panicking.
I know.
Everybody knows
making money.
No.
Is she?
Oh, yeah, she's making money. There's merch now. There's like Hawk Tuah merch.
Oh, I need to buy a shirt.
Yeah, bro, these kids, man, they on that.
like-
They on that social
See
media.
Hawk Tuah 24.
Autograph.
Look at her. She's signing fucking hats.
Only in America. Only in America.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this the moment that, like, okay, you sign the hats, you got the merch, you go on podcasts, Joe Rogan's talking to me, blah, blah, blah. But then what happens? What happens next? You get signed, but then do you start making content? Like, you're just trying to capitalize then off that fame, so you just throw anything at the wall? But like maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm an idiot, but I feel like you have to have something. Like, it's gotta be good enough, entertaining enough that you can extend. Like, it's not just a viral moment then, that you actually can keep that attention on yourself. Because otherwise, then it's like what happens with anything else, where people just move on from it.
That is hilarious. Let's hear the video.
That's fucking hilarious.
It's just the way she says it.
Right up there in the corner.
Hawk.
On the
Yeah.
left, in the
I
left.
know, I know. These are. I already clicked 2 of them, and they didn't have the video on it for some reason.
Christ, what a world. What a fucking world.
And it's only been like 4 days, right? When did it come out?
Yeah, I don't honestly. It happened fast.
I mean,
so.
where are the
Who
dudes?
is the Hawk Tua girl
Max.
taking over TikTok?
Because it wasn't her original video. She was doing an interview, right?
Yeah, some guy in the street says, "What do you have to do to make a guy crazy in bed?"
Shit started like.
Spit on that thing.
Once upon a time, 2 girls were out on the town in Nashville, Tennessee, when a
On that thing, you get me?
No, don't
to
fast
which
forward.
one woman
I don't wanna hear
replied,
the girl.
Oh, you gotta give him that.
Okay, I know that she did this
It's funny. and you're
interview.
also
This is
found
like
that
the
Osama
first
bin
interview
Laden-
that she did. Plan Bree.
We have the Hook Tour girl, Haley, here. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is your first podcast ever, first anything ever.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my gosh, how do you feel? Are you nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
She's a little nervous. She was scared coming in, but she wanted to come on a podcast that was with a woman first. So I'm like so grateful it was me and that you chose to come on this one.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a lot to like get into. Everyone has been searching for you. I feel like there's been millions of fake accounts that I fell for because I was trying to find you.
I think the one person who's been successful in truly capitalizing on one viral meme into a content career is Brittany Broski, aka Kombucha Girl. Yeah, I didn't even know Brittany Broski was Kombucha Girl until after I knew who Brittany Broski was because of her content. Like, for me, it was the content that came first, and then finding out later that it was the meme that had launched her.
Like 2 weeks ago. So they're everywhere. And then
I would say
like
too,
an account
yeah,
of your
Danielle Bergoli is a good example.
merch, but it wasn't. It was like you signing hats. Is that your account?
Well, it's not really my account, but the guy that I let do hats for me, he was kind enough to ask if he could sell them, like in my hometown, and so I was okay with it.
Okay.
He was kind enough to ask, and he's just been great to me. He's absolutely great. I've known him for years, and he split all what he's made off of it with me.
They have to be able to
and
transcend
he's just
the
went out of
original
his
viral
way to
moment.
just
Yes.
be good to me. So he's been really
Okay,
good
so that's a
about
good
it.
guy because I know there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of people stealing your merch and making money
yeah.
off of you now.
But he's good as gold. I
Okay.
couldn't ask for better.
Amazing. But did you delete all of your social media?
Okay, so I deleted all my social media like 6 months ago due to like personal reasons. I never really got on it or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
But,
So it didn't have anything to do with this.
oh no, I was long gone before that.
Oh, so you were already gone from social media. And
Interesting. So, like, is her social media
everyone
back?
thought that you deleted your social media because you were like scared of all of this blowing up, but you were
Yeah.
gone.
I've been gone from it.
So
Like, I
are
just
you going to
didn't
come
have
back?
purpose. I think we're working on that right now.
Because you have a full management team. You have a manager now.
Oh,
you have a
yeah.
shooter. She comes in with like
Crazy.
this big ass camera. Like she's the real deal. Already, this happened like a week ago.
Yes, ma'am.
This is insane. Okay, so I want to know everything about you, but I want to go back to the night of it all, the Hook Tour video. Where were you? What did it happen? Were you on Nashville, like on
I
Broadway?
was in Nashville.
Okay, and you were just out drinking, having a good night.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you come out.
CMA Fest. Right after it, I done held a big ass snake, and then next thing I know, there's a microphone in my face, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna conversate with him."
But you looked like so natural. Like you weren't scared. You just went right up to it.
I could talk to a brick wall if you really let me.
I could tell. It's amazing. So you went up, and did you think anything was like going to come from it? Was there more of the
No.
interview?
Hey, I think he posted the full video on YouTube this past Sunday, but he only told us he was a YouTuber. He never said anything like about, Instagram, TikTok, nothing of the sort. So I was like,
Where were you when Hawk
TUAH
Tua
Sure enough, I
happened?
seen it again.
When did you see it again? Like when did it blow up?
So that was Sunday. I seen it about the Tuesday. After that, I should have brick. I seen it like 2 o'clock in the morning when I was getting up ready for work.
Oh my God, 2 a.m. getting up for
Oh,
work?
yeah.
Wait, what were you doing for your job?
Well, I have to sit up and get ready for about 30 minutes, and then I'll just go on and go get me something to eat for breakfast, and then I'll go into work. But I worked in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question because
Or a
everyone said that
bartender.
you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say,
There are all these rumors about her. She's a school teacher who got fired for going.
because you're 21, I'm like, this is
People
illegal.
just
Who are you
make up
teaching?
anything.
Exactly.
So you weren't a
Yeah.
teacher.
Or a bartender.
So
Either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher.
My father is so far from a preacher. It's crazy.
So
a
everything
little
has just
offended.
been made up.
Man, okay. I know some of you are probably like, oh, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But I actually think this is a perfect encapsulation of the internet, right? You have somebody who goes viral, okay? They're able to spin that virality into into opportunity. They sign with a huge agency in Hollywood. They're like a star now. Meanwhile, you have all these people who are making up things that they're putting onto this person who's gone viral, and we don't know, we have nothing else on them besides this viral moment, because they're trying to like create this narrative around this viral moment. So, oh, her daddy's a preacher, she's a Southern gal, she was just a good girl, school teacher who got fired because she got drunk and, talked about how you give a blowjob. Yes, it's the internet urge to create elaborate lore. Yes. And like the obsession that people have with these kinds of things, and how they just like fill in the gaps of this story that they're making up. Yeah, and then how she can go on to become an icon for the right, for MAGA. And then there's a part in this episode where this is then went viral too, of talking about Donald Trump. And then you have like all these libs who are like, no, she hates Donald Trump. But then that's also not exactly what I think was being said here. We'll see. And then there's this back and forth of like, now you've got the battle lines drawn politically between those who have tried to claim TUAH as like an icon, as their leader, and then you have others on the other political side of the aisle who want to take down the other side and to ruin the idea that they have of this person who's gone viral that they now have claimed for their team.
Oh yeah, like none of it's true at all.
Okay, so this video goes viral. You see it, and when you first see it, is it like millions of views? Like, are you officially the TUAH girl, or you see it and you're like, maybe this won't be so big?
Yeah.
It was massive?
It was massive.
Okay, what goes through your head when that happens?
I was like, oh, well, this is kind of funny. I was like, it's not going to get any bigger than this. And I go back like an hour later and the views done went up by like 1 million. I was like, oh my God, there is no way that just happened. But
Extra Righteous, thank you for the gifted.
And then it kept going and kept
Lausch,
going. And then there was a search for you.
Yup.
And what did you want to do when there was a search? Was there a part of you that was like, I don't want to be known as the TUAH girl?
Yeah. There was a big part of it. And then they started spelling my name wrong.
And that's the other thing too. If you go viral now, people will find you. They will find everything about you. They're obsessed with you. They can't just let a moment be a moment. That's what's happening here. They can't just let a viral moment be a viral moment. Now it's, we have to find this person. We have to have everything with this person. Please, like, have a podcast, have an OnlyFans, have like all these other things. It was like with what's her name? The girl who killed her mother was in jail for 10 years. Why can't I think of her name? She came out and then everyone was like, oh my God, please get on TikTok. Like, we need to have Gypsy Rose. Yes, Gypsy Rosemary. No, Gypsy Rose. They're like, we need all these things. Getting parasocial with a 10-second moment. Yes.
Accounts of me, which they got pictures off all my friends' like social medias and stuff like that, and which it's kind of creepy seeing your face on another account that don't belong to you.
Yeah, people thought your name was Jillian. I saw a bunch of people were getting like recognized as you, but it wasn't you. It was wild. So when they officially found
Ken
you,
Bone.
were you like, I want to dive into this, or I want to take a step back?
I was like, oh shit, I'm not adding these people back. The first thing they found me on was Visco, so I got rid of it really quick. Because who the hell gets on Visco?
Yeah, that's from like
and
middle
then
school.
they started sending me messages on there, and I was like, that's disgusting. So I deleted it and got rid of everything on there. And I think they got a few pictures off before I deleted it. But everything else, I was like, well, they're not going to find my Snapchat. Sure enough, they did. Evidently, it's been sold, but...
Oh, okay. And then after they found you, were you, like, what do your parents think, or your family
They think it's so funny.
Okay, so they're in on
They
it?
know how I am, though, because, like, you can never tell what comes out of my mouth. I mean, it's a hit or a miss what comes out of my mouth. I just talk out of my ass.
That was a hit.
Yeah,
that was a
time
big
it
hit.
was. The one time I say something like that, of course, there's a camera in my
Someone
face.
sold her
It's like
Snapchat
the biggest
account.
thing ever.
Holy
but
shit.
I've also seen like a lot of controversy surrounding it. People feeling bad for you that it, like you've gotten turned into the TUAH girl, and like kind of like I don't know. It's kind of creepy. Like, do creepy guys message you? Is it? scary? Are you
Yes.
like, what the fuck did I do?
So the guy that does my hats, he got offered $600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell it. That is revolting.
Bro, that is like before I became a streamer and I posted a photo of Hassan and Will at a Black Lives Matter protest. And I had messages asking me for pictures of Pokemon's feet. Like, I will pay you for pictures of Pokemon's feet.
Oh, that's just disgusting, is it not?
That's crazy.
And I was like, should I do it? And I was like, no,
You
don't
should
do
just
that.
like pour water in it.
Yeah,
and
they would
fucking
never
send
know.
it. Yeah,
But
that's like the only
Wait, but do
girls
you
that
have any?
fart in jars
And sell it.
and sell them, but they're not
Precisely.
actually fart in jars.
Yeah, or they're dirty drawers. That's just disgusting.
That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder. Like, I bet there's a lot of creeps that are trying to like message you and be around you and stuff. But also, I think majority of people just think it's a hilarious meme.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, what do you do now? Because now you have management, now you have a team. What are your plans moving forward? Like, do you want to still be the hook to a girl, or do you want to like?
I don't really
leave
want
it?
that to be like my image.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
hot to
But here's the thing. How do you unbecome the viral moment that you that gave you all this? Right? It's like if Danielle Bergoli was like, I don't want to be the Cash Me Outside girl. She's always the Cash Me Outside girl. Like, you, I don't know, maybe in a rare case that you can become bigger than the viral moment. But I feel as if there's a lot of fallen soldiers along the way of people who've been in this rare position where they went viral accidentally, got so much attention, people came a knocking, and then they weren't able to become bigger than their viral moment, and so they just fall to the wayside. You know, I think it's a lot rarer that you can supersede the viral moment than that, like, the viral moment is all you are, and then, you know, even the most viral thing isn't viral forever.
girl, I don't see that being like
A
my
forever
thing. You know?
thing?
Yeah, I don't want to be known as that.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, and you're also only 21, so you kind of
Yeah.
said something silly. And I think half of the internet also is on your side with that, where
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like you're out drinking after a night with
Oh,
your
yeah.
friends.
Can somebody, I don't know all the Brittany Broski lore. Was Brittany a content creator but just didn't have a following who went viral with the kombucha meme? Or did she go viral with the kombucha meme and then decide to become a content creator? Or did she always want to be a content creator? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to point that there's a difference here of those of you who are like, oh, Drew Gooden, blah, blah. But Drew was a content creator who had a Vine that went viral. It's like content creators who are trying to achieve that viral fame. Here, I'll show you guys what the kombucha meme is, which you'll recognize. It's this one, where she tries kombucha, is like, ooh, and then, ooh. She went viral first. She talked about it on Fear and... Right, I know she went viral first, but was she pursuing an internet career? Like, did she want to be an internet creator? I think she said the video was just meant for her friends. When he worked at a bank, created a video for fun during the pandemic, got fired from the bank for said video, and then tried to do content creation. Awkward. If you watched Fear and, you would know. I do watch Fear and. I just... I watched the episode so many times that sometimes I forget what's being said. Anyway, she was making silly videos for her friends on Snapchat and then just started posting those on TikTok, I think. Okay. Like, the reason I know I keep being like, I have all these questions, but Hawk to a girl, seemingly wanted nothing to do with the internet. Like, she deleted her social media. She did not post a video herself. She went viral on someone else's content. Like, it was, I don't think like people who even post their own TikToks are meaning to go viral all the time. A lot of times it's not expected, but there's still the like, I made this with the intention of putting it on the internet. Hillary Clinton voice. How about you walk to a polling place and vote on that thing? Oh yeah. Love it. Love it. She went viral first or something on Snapchat earlier that year, according to Wikipedia at least. Okay, it just doesn't matter. Like I'm just fascinated by this, and Hawk TUAH seems like even more of a unique case of somebody who is not on the internet or like doesn't have social media, had zero intentions of having a career in content creation or entertainment or whatever, and now finds herself in this position, like purely accident.
Secrets for the bed.
Is that something I'll be able to find out later?
Oh,
No.
sorry. I'm not meaning to watch that. I'm meaning to watch this.
You get asked, what is something crazy you do in bed?
Oh, yeah.
It was funny.
I was being a little bit of a smartass, too. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Like, you're going to come up to me with a microphone and ask me something like that? Oh, well, I'm going to Hawk TUAH and spit on it, you know? I don't mean nothing by it.
Yeah, you were like actually being serious.
Oh, yeah.
You were just joking.
Yeah,
and
that's
your friend was there with you.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
And she's here. Do we want to ask her about it too? Do you want to bring her on?
Chelsea, you want to come on?
What did you think about the video going viral?
Honestly, I forgot we even did it. Like,
I did too.
We woke up the next day, and when I seen it, I was like, oh my gosh. Because I hate watching myself drunk in general.
Me
Like, on
too. Oh
videos,
my
it's the
god.
worst.
Did you talk in like the rest of the interview? Because I've only seen that little clip of like.
Yes, I
Hawk TUAH.
did,
Okay.
and-
Did you say anything that you wish you didn't say?
No, which I wasn't prepared for those kind of questions. So like,
I don't think anybody was.
Yeah. Like I wasn't in the
That
right
girl
mind,
is
but
so
I knew what I was saying,
tan.
you know. So
Yeah.
I made sure to keep it like.
Because it was gonna go
Just
out
in
there.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were just like, fuck it.
I just said I don't give a fuck where it went.
So,
Oh, God.
like I was saying
It's, like,
before,
scary.
what do you think she should do now? Like, do you think she should just take full advantage of
Oh,
it?
absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
I love her personality and the fact that the world gets to see it, and they obviously love it too. So I think she should just
And
keep
the
going.
accent.
The accent is so good.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank
you're
you.
like lovable. It's so funny. And if you watch the whole rest of the interview too, it was more
Oh, yeah.
than just that.
And you can tell I'm obviously joking in it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't mean nothing by it.
Yeah, and you're laughing
Joking.
immediately, and then you said spit on. Have you heard like the
Mama?
remixes of the songs that people make?
Okay, but the country song, hear me out. That shit is fire.
I know.
I
A
listen
lot
to
of
that
them
in my
are
car.
good. It's so good. So like after blowing up like this, is your life immediately changed? Because when actually did this start?
Oh, yeah.
When was
this
the video?
was like 3 weeks ago, maybe.
3 weeks ago,
Hogan,
and now
thank
like
you
you
for the
dropped out of
gifted.
school.
Oh, no, I was working.
Oh, so you had already dropped out of school.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've been dropped out of school for like a year or two.
Okay, so this was like
But
your
I
time.
don't quit my job. I said, peace.
So now is like you're gonna go to LA, you're gonna go to New York.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you see yourself like starting your own type of like show or podcast, or are you just gonna be like an internet personality?
I think we're going to do like a show, and then we're just going to be like on a bunch of podcasts and everything else in between.
Cool. So kind of just figuring out as you go.
Oh, yeah. There's more to come. Don't
Twitch
worry.
streaming.
There's
Well,
more
yeah.
to come.
Like, she has the whole team. It's so
Right.
crazy. It happened. The internet is insane. Your
Oh,
life
yeah.
changed overnight.
It really did.
Yeah.
For sure.
Are people coming out of the woodworks now? Like, what are your friends back home like? Are they treating you differently? Are they like being bitches about it? Or are they
They're
like-
really supportive.
Oh,
like,
good.
I've had maybe one or two that have had some nasty comments about it because the comments I've got from it, I don't even know these people, but I know they're like from my area.
Mm-hmm.
But all the mamas and all my friends and everything else that know me personally, they've attacked that ass. Let me just
FaZe's
It's
newest
just been-
member.
I can't even tell you.
So
It's just
everyone's
great.
loving it.
Oh yeah.
Where are you from? Like, where did you grow up? You don't
I
have to
grew
say
up
where,
in
but-
Belfast, Tennessee.
Okay.
I've lived there for 20 years, and that's just.
Are you
where
like
I'm
super
from.
country?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I can tell by the voice. Did you guys grow up together?
We went to high school together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So about 6 or 7 years we've been friends.
Would
It's
you,
been a while.
Would you ever try to take her into the storm with you and like be an influencer with her now? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you
For
do
sure.
it? You guys could be the Hawk TUAH duo.
Yeah. I got hot friend over here.
We could. I'm terrified.
Yeah, I know. You guys are so nervous.
It's a lot.
It
but-
is.
And I know there's going to be negative comments because that's just how the world works, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't really let it get to me either. 'cause
I got
it's
to
funny.
thinking. I was like, The people that are out here hating, I don't even know them. So what the fuck do I care?
Yeah, good thing that you have that mentality already
yeah.
because it's going to come with so much hate. But
There
like you
can
just
only
said,
be
you don't
one
know 'em.
Hawk
And even the
TUAH.
ones that you do know, they like know you, and it's embarrassing that they're commenting
Oh,
mean
yeah.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I have a game that I want to play with you guys.
What is
That
it?
makes me nervous.
It's not that scary, I promise. It's called Huck TUAH or Nah. And you tell me if you want to Huck TUAH on that thing or no.
Okay.
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 Okay, first person. You ready? Be careful. Zach Bryan. Answer politically.
I love you, but
Hawk TUAH.
Okay, all right. Antonio Brown.
Who's that?
Oh, I thought you were
Is
going
he
to
a
know who
football
he
player?
was. Yeah.
I don't really know what he looks like.
I
Okay.
know who
Say that.
Antonio
I
Brown
know his
is.
name.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Cook
his name.
TJ,
I just
thank
know
you for
because if
5
he
months.
saw it, he would post it on Twitter, and I was hoping that you guys would say Huck TUAH.
Sorry.
So if I knew you.
They said no. Okay, Morgan Wallen.
Hawk TUAH.
Hawk TUAH for sure.
For sure.
She just Hawk. You're Hawk TUAH.
Oh yeah, I'm just Hawk. Maybe just to. I don't know.
Okay, Dave Portnoy.
Know who that is?
Yes, you don't know who he
Yes,
is.
I do. You do.
No, I'm so glad you don't know who he is. This is funny.
Oh, he's gonna hate you.
Bro, they just who megalol Dave Portnoy.
If I knew what he looked like, maybe.
I'm gonna say Hawk just so.
What's he
don't
look
roast
like?
me.
Do you want me to show you a picture?
Yes.
They're gonna
I
say
need a
no.
picture.
Okay. He kind of looks like Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh man.
Oh, fuck, my phone's not gonna load in here. You need to see a picture of him. I think you might. Are you into like older guys?
For sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, my phone's not loading. All right, you ready? Come on. Oh, just a Huck?
I'll give him a hawk. I'll give him a hawk.
Okay, beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a Huck.
Bro,
Donald
this is
Trump.
just so funny because this type of shit is prime for Barstool. Barstool is always all over these kinds of viral moments. So them not knowing who Dave Portnoy is, hilarious.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no from me.
Okay, it's no.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed.
There you go, Dave. You got a Huck. Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no from me.
Okay, it's no. Jake Paul.
Okay, so this moment here, because MAGA and the right have now been selling like Hawk TUAH merch, like Trump has Hawk TUAH merch. They have tried to take Hawk TUAH for themselves. They're like, yeah, she's one of us. She's a girly. This moment was clipped out by places like Midas Touch, those like, you know, lib ass accounts whose entire existence is just fighting with MAGA and with Donald Trump. And now they made it seem like Hawk TUAH girl hates Donald Trump. I don't know if there's any confirmation one way or another what her politics are, but this is like how there's just so many layers to everything. We're like, how the hell does this become political? How does Hawk TUAH girl then become a symbol that both the right and both right wing and blue MAGA, both red MAGA and blue MAGA, let's say red MAGA and blue MAGA have tried to co-opt and take for themselves. Like Hawk TUAH girl actually hates Donald Trump. Hawk TUAH girl loves Donald Trump. And all she said was that she didn't want to Hawk TUAH on Donald Trump's dick. Which, I'm sorry, I don't want to think about that.
I'm happy to say hawk.
Hawk?
I'm
Yeah?
happy to say hawk.
Right, but it's how you don't even have to do anything political to become a political symbol.
I don't know. No, it's gonna be a no for me.
Okay. Josh Richards. Do you guys know who Josh Richards is?
He's getting a hawk.
He's getting a Hawk?
He's getting a hawk.
I love his girlfriend, but I'm gonna
Me
also
too.
say Hawk.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah,
love
that's
her.
okay.
But
You guys said yes to Zach too. So, yeah, Josh Richards. Everyone thinks he's like the hottest person in the
Oh,
world.
yeah.
I
don't
think
see
his
it.
girlfriend's hotter.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
She's
agreed.
the hottest thing in the whole
I've
entire
seen them
planet.
also say that Hawk 2 makes the gays mad, which I'm so lost on. Yes, because this went viral during Pride Month. So this was another way to be like, ha ha, the straights win. See, we've got Hawk 2 a girl, which means the gays have lost. It's like, oh my fucking God. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when someone goes viral. You don't fucking know anything about this person besides the viral moment, but people project anything and everything that they want onto that. They make up details about her life. They make her into a symbol for whatever their beliefs are. Like, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy out here.
Oh, yeah.
She's beautiful. Okay, last one, Jacob Elordi.
Hawk and a half.
I need the full Hawk tour out of you from that.
He getting the Hawk tour.
Beautiful. Well, I feel like you're amazing. You're so much.
Are fellow straights not aware of what gay people like? Yeah. I'm sorry. You think that gay people don't have dick involved? There's no dick involved with the gays.
More than just like the Hawk Tour girl, and I'm excited for your future. I have no fucking idea where you're gonna pivot or how you're gonna pivot from this, but I'm excited to see what you do.
Thank you.
And I think that great things are ahead with all the hucking and all the tour, and I'm glad that this was the first podcast that you came on.
Yes, ma'am.
You're amazing. Thank you guys for coming on. You too.
All right, thank you.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you crushed. I really hope that is a spray tan on her friend, because otherwise I think that girl will be dead in like 5 minutes. If that's how much sun that she's getting. I do think that this is a combo of laying out, of spray tan and makeup, but it's scary. It's scary. Yeah, this episode has 1.8 million views. Came out 2 days ago. First podcast that she went on. Here's a couple comments. It's actually nuts how quickly the internet faked things about who she was and her background, only for her to dismantle all of it in one interview. Yep, exactly. You made a drunk joke, and the next day you have whole management behind you. This world is crazy. I usually don't care for any random person getting their 15 minutes of fame, but she seems naturally funny and good vibes. Cool girl. Yeah, you're more than Hawk Tua. Proceeds to only discuss Hawk Tua with her. She united the country in a way we haven't seen in years. She united the country and then has divided the country. Okay, let's see this. Hawk 2 girl explained by straight dudes. Hawk 2 has been hailed as a hero, a revolutionary, and the it girl of the moment. She was memed and mimicked, and people were seeing Hawk 2s everywhere now that Hawk 2, I'm just going to say Hawk 2. Hawk 2 girl had opened their eyes to the Hawk 2s around them. There were also, as the cut notes, some inaccurate reports that she'd been fired from her job, but internet users were quick to point out the misinformation and protect her young legacy. The lore of Hawk 2 girl grew and grew. Chad, is this, of course, the straight man is named Chad. Chad, a straight man who works in crypto adjacent finance. This is literally central casting for annoying bro. Name is Chad, straight, works in crypto adjacent finance. Chad told me that he first encountered the video last Wednesday or Thursday. Friends were sending him the video throughout the day. When asked who these friends were, he replied, white, straight men mostly. How many women sent you the video? I asked him. None, Chad said. Despite receiving the video and links to it multiple times, Chad refrained from clicking. He tried to sit it out. He didn't want to partake in another meme. Chad said, no! Chad said, I refuse to be a part of this game. Chad is rebelling. Chad is, dare we say, Giga Chad. Holding the line. He didn't want to partake, but around the same time, he noticed that someone had created a Hawk Tua altcoin currency to take advantage of the moment. This is the other crazy shit about going viral, you guys. It's not just the person who goes viral who benefits. It's the people who get in early and they do the interviews with TUAH, or with the viral person. They sell merch. They make remix songs with whatever catchphrase of theirs went viral. They make fucking cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency. TUAH coin. It's like an entire economy where you don't have to be the one who went viral to make money off of it, to get views. It's literally a viral industrial complex. Yes. The meme industry. Mm-hmm. That's the American dream, baby. You know what? Your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they could not have seen that the actual American dream was someone goes viral, and you capitalize on that person's viralness by making a t-shirt, by creating a cryptocurrency. If finance bros are making shitpost currency, that's usually a sign to Chad that perhaps the meme at hand does not. Does not warrant further examination. So Chad, who is adjacent to the cryptocurrency industry, has an awareness that if finance bros are making shitpost currency, then this is not worth looking into. Perhaps thumbnails and stills would be enough to understand. Yet Chad eventually relented. To be honest, it was sort of visceral and gross, Chad told Vox, explaining his first reaction to the video. His disgust was not with the particular sex act, but the shockingly crisp audio on a literal spit take that arguably swerves into loogie territory. She's just very well mic'd, he told me. Chad is really defying expectations here. Straight guy named Chad works in crypto adjacent finance. You know what? Not all Chads. Not all straight Chads who work in crypto adjacent finance. The video made its way to George's feed last week too, via Instagram Reels. George, a 30-year-old straight guy, didn't have an adverse reaction to the sound that the way Chad did. He thought it was funny, if not kind of charming. Despite finding it sort of endearing and quite funny, I thought she was fairly lit and that she would probably regret it, George told Vox. I did think that it would probably be at least a minor viral moment, but I had no idea that it would rise to prominence so quickly. I asked both George and Chad if there was any reason why they thought this video caught fire so quickly. Straight men tend to be fans of both funny noises and oral sex. Conventionally attractive women saying raunchy things have long been a pop culture fascination. Both mentioned that it was the earnestness that really stuck out. Social media is curated to the point where even this genre of TikTokers and content creators speaking to women on a night out tends to be a trope. TUAH was a moment that didn't feel like that. It was an innocent moment of total honesty, probably, Chad said. She was, or seemed to be, unapologetically herself for 2 seconds. Man, there's so much about this entire thing that has my brain worrying. Like the fact that people, I know this is just Chad and George, but people who were drawn because she felt so genuine. Because amidst all the manufactured shit online, this felt like a genuine moment. And people are so hungry for that stuff. But then that genuineness is fleeting, you know? Like the irony in being drawn to something because it is genuine seeming and you're so desperate for that. But by the masses being drawn to it, and then, you know, the meme industrial complex, the viral industrial complex doing its thing, it no longer becomes genuine. Exactly. Gotta commodify it. Cameron, a self-described online straight man, put it more simply, asking me to consider Occam's razor. You're asking me, why did the attractive young woman talking about oral sex and how it's her favorite thing and the answer to every problem go viral? He said, straight men are exactly what you think they are. I don't want to pander and be like, yeah, man, we're so stupid. But like, we are kind of. Oh, that's funny. He's like, are you seriously writing a whole fucking piece on why straight men love this meme or love this viral moment? Like, really? You need a whole ass piece in Vox? Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, a fascinating facet of Talk to a Girl's rise to fame is that there were still people who hadn't yet heard of her. Anecdotally speaking, the divide in my personal and professional life was, as of Monday morning, straight guys knew everything about her, and people who weren't straight guys needed more of an explanation. Perhaps that's because while the internet has seemingly made the world smaller, there are still pockets and mini internet worlds that by cookies, by algorithm, by interest, we're not privy to. Additionally, I think for a lot of us who are obviously online, we saw the Hawk Tuah stuff, but we were like, no, I don't. This is just another viral thing. I don't need to waste my time looking into this. It's here and then it'll be gone. That's how I felt. And then I kept seeing more and more of it. And then I kept seeing it being used in like this political war, in like a culture war. And so I was finally like, what the fuck is this? It felt like I had no choice but to finally look into it. 115 Slayer, thank you for the 11 months. Cameron, the very online guy who is probably online this very second, mentioned another internet heroine called Oilers Girl. Oilers Girl, not her real name, flashed the crowd during the NHL playoffs and went viral in what he called the Barstool internet, but may not have breached the mainstream masses. You want to know who showed me Oilers Girl? Take one guess. Take one guess of who was like, yo, I gotta show you this video. Yes, one Billiam Nefferson, because boobs and sports. Perfect combination. Okay, so I actually know who Oilers Girl is what I'm saying. Like, I know what this is. Oilers Girl and Hawk 2 Girl, they're the Chapel Roan and Charlie XCX of straight guy internet right now, Cameron told me, trying to speak a language we both knew. Not gonna lie, I feel like the straight guys that got interviewed for this Vox article are kind of, you know, like given a good name to straight guys. Like, they get it. They're very aware. They understand. Okay, but it's Vox and they're not looking for Meg. Yes, I know. Very insightful. Yeah. Yeah, no grug, no no, because blowjob. So I don't think that all straight men talk that way, okay? Just will. Anyway, Cameron didn't know how to pronounce Chapel Roan, but this is when it clicked for me and I no longer felt like I was speaking to an alien. It's the idea that stuff on the internet and on social media can feel so inevitable and is inescapable to you and not even register as a blip to a different audience. As small as the internet seems to be and as seemingly connected as we are, it's hard to know these days how big a thing really is. Whether it's Hawk 2 Girl, Oilers Girl, or a let's work it out on the remix joke, the relative size of a meme is harder to perceive because of how divided our different internets are. That's also why things don't last. Things that go viral don't last as long as they used to because the algorithm is fucked. Whereas we used to see, like, I feel as if we all used to see the same things, you know? Like, everybody would know a viral moment. It seems like algorithms and For You pages have gotten so good at catering to specific individuals that the result is a lack of perspective. What this all means for the actual woman behind the meme remains to be seen. Perhaps Hawk TUAH Girl will soar even higher, get even more famous. According to the New York Post, she's already sold some $65,000 worth of Hawk TUAH Girl merchandise. And there are rumors that she's signing with a Hollywood agency. That did happen. Unlike so many main characters of the internet, Hawk TUAH Girl seems primed to monetize her attention. But as she becomes more recognizable, her audience changes too. Seeing her popularity and the opportunity to be weird, social media clout grifters are attempting to... Bro, this is exactly what I was talking about. Social media clout grifters are attempting to turn Hawk TUAH Girl into a right-wing martyr. Additionally, on the other side, social media clout grifters are trying to turn her into an anti-right-wing martyr as well. That's why you've got accounts like Midas Touch clipping that podcast out of context to make it seem as if she's saying that about Donald Trump in general. They're like, Hawk TUAH Girl bleeds blue. She's riding for Biden. And groans and side eyes have already begun. New haters declaring that Hawk TUAH Girl isn't that funny now that they actually know what Hawk TUAH is all about. The bigger her celebrity, the less Hawk TUAH Girl exclusively belongs to the straight guy internet bubble. The rise, triumph, and seeming denouement of this hero have happened in about a week. Next week, we might not be talking about her at all. And perhaps we'll have found a new main character with a new bit. But for now, when she asks, you get me? You get me? Well, a lot of people really, really do. Hawk TUAH for Biden. No, I think that's got a nice ring to it. Go Hawk TUAH the polls. That's what they're running with. If my mom doesn't know about it, I know it's not really viral. She has no idea about Charlie XCX, and she's on Instagram constantly. My mom would definitely not know who Hawk TUAH is because the only place she's in is the comments of the New York Times. She is not on Twitter. She is not on Instagram. My parents do not use social media. My dad always forgets he has Instagram accounts. And over the years, I've gotten follows from yet a new Instagram account that he's made and then fallen off on. That's how that goes. Yeah. Anyway, I just can't get over how beautiful it was that she didn't know who Dave Portnoy was. Oh shit, Hawk TUAH just hit the New York Times. Sir, another Hawk TUAH has hit the New York Times. Okay, then it's possible Mama Kwan will know of this. She knows of things that are part of internet culture if it's in the New York Times. My mom's probably going to be in the comments. The guys behind Hawk TUAH Girl would like a little credit. Tim Dickerson, why? They didn't do shit, man. Like, they were boring and awkward. Tim Dickerson and Darius Marlowe shoot man-on-the-street interviews at popular nightlife destinations. Their questions led to an internet sensation. Like, no, you're the one stopping drunk girls and being like, yeah, so what's a sex move? There's just so many of these on-the-street YouTubers and TikTokers now. No, they don't. It's not like he did not invent this genre. This has been a thing, and a lot of people have jumped in on it. There's so many. On the street videos are an auto red flag high key with very few exceptions. I agree. Okay, so this is just all about the guys who have this video series, Tim and D, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know what? Let's see. Did this just come out July 3rd? Okay, I'm going to text my mom tomorrow because she's definitely asleep. I'm going to text my mom tomorrow after I know she's gone through the New York Times. And I'll say, do you know who Hawk TUAH Girl is? This will be the test. I don't care if Billy Eichner's annoying. Billy on the Street was funny. Billy Eichner had some very iconic moments. Like, Let's Go Lesbians.
Oh,
iconic. Absolutely, absolutely iconic. That lives in my memory forever. Name a woman? Yes. If her friend was the one who said Hawk 2, it wouldn't have gone viral. Yeah, I think you're right. I think clearly Hawk 2 girl has a lot more personality. She's more charming and funnier than her friend who was initially stopped. That's what's funny about it. Her friend was the one initially stopped. And then Haley, Hawk 2 girl, she was just the moment. Yeah. Like it's viral because of her. I always feel that way about men with mics most of the times I said it. I think a lot of people feel that way. Like I'm just so sick of the street interviews where they'll walk up to young girls and be like, what is, like a dude will walk up and be like, what does your ideal man have to make money wise? Because it's just a way often to like shit on these women. They'll go up to, it's like clearly girls who they know are going to be like, yeah, he's got to be 6'4", 250,000. And then the whole story will be, look at how women just have so many expectations for men, like women in general. Like every woman expects that a man has to make $300,000 or more or they won't consider them. Yeah, it's incel bait, it's ragey. It's rage bait. Yeah, that's why I don't trust them most of the time. Okay. What else do I have to cover here? Let's see. I did the Kamala, Neil Gaiman, Hawk 2. Okay, we have this video. Go some tabs. So who's getting their Hawk 2 spit on that thing tattoo? God, she looks so bad in this too. Like, this is ugly. This is so bad. I would love a man named Chad in crypto adjacent finance personally. Oh, funny you say that because I actually know a Chad in crypto adjacent finance. Talking politics with your grandma versus grandpa.
News. That's exactly what Hillary would say. He sure does look orange.
Does he have a video? That is what we've been talking about? I'm sure he's probably got something. How like something goes viral and everyone just starts making things up.
I'd go so far to say he looks like a Cheeto. Okay, I knew you'd like that one. Grandpa, I don't think you can say that word these days. No, I wouldn't say Nixon did nothing wrong. Lyndon Johnson was a bad president. I actually agree. Yeah. Not because of Vietnam. No, Grandpa, I don't think Lee Harvey Oswald was woke.
I love him. Okay. We will watch this video on the internet. Okay.
The clothes.
I hope your neck is better. It's better from yesterday. I've been icing and heating and trying to stretch it a bit. It still feels inflamed. I've also been taking ibuprofen, but definitely better than yesterday. Okay. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Messaging up. Okay, so we're gonna watch this, and then I think I'll do some Elden Ring, and then probably not too late because I want to get up tomorrow and do a baking stream in the morning. Cool.
We are targeting this for the #1 use that consumers tell us they want a computer for, which is to get on the internet, simply and fast. Is iMac?
Oh my God, throwback. Yeah, so it's gonna be a baking stream in the morning, and then most likely I won't be live at night because I'm gonna bake stuff because I'm going over to Noah J and T's place. If you guys know who they are, they're having a get together, so that's why I'm gonna bake stuff.
Millions of Americans own a personal computer.
Just what is this main artery of the information superhighway?
What is internet anyway?
What about this internet thing? Do you know anything about that?
Allison, can you explain what internet is?
Internet.
What is internet?
The internet.
What the hell is that exactly?
2024, and it's just Hawk to a girl. What is internet? Decades later.
The internet, a digital stand-in for every pleasure afforded to humankind. Friendship, romance, education, work, news, and entertainment.
Hell no, to the no, no, no.
The last decade alone has seen a quickening of internet domination. The last 6 have cemented it as our leading technology. We use it on our phones, our computers, our TVs, our games. Some users report withdrawal symptoms if they can't access it. Others report loneliness, depression, and hopelessness. For better or for worse, the internet has become a part of us, an omnipresent God, a cynical companion. And yet, despite its ubiquity, despite the abundance of information, people, and activities, it is said to be ripping our society apart. Let's look closer. If you're watching this, you already understand how YouTube works. You watch a video, hopefully for a long time, and then click back onto your homepage to find similar, if not eerily curated videos ready to be queued. This is what happened to me a few weeks ago. I fell into a 90s high school content loop. It was mesmerizing. The clothes, the hair, the carefreeness. And each comment section was nearly identical to the last. Beyond the constant mourning for past generations and the math equations used to see how old these former teenagers are today, most of the comments went something like this. Look how happy these kids were without social media. Look at what we could have been. Look at what the internet took away from our youth. I found it interesting, this preoccupation with the well-being
There's
of
a Mia Cole
90s
video about the signs
kids
of being terminally
juxtaposed
online.
with the implied
That might be a good
degradation
watch.
of Zoomers. I mean, it's believable. I was raised on the internet. You fall down just the wrong pipelines and you can never look at 2 beautiful women near a cup ever again. We should probably ban this place. But wait. As the scholars say, we have to be so fucking for real. The internet isn't some anomaly. Humans have always rejected shiny new things. Socrates, for instance, was hesitant to teach writing, believing that oral traditions were better for the health of society. Writing would induce mass memory loss.
Wait. I know of the two women, 2 girls in 1 cup.
As people
I think I still missed the joke though.
stopped depending on their wits and started depending on
I know them personally. Great gals.
I don't know, rocks? What did they write with back in the day? Centuries later, in the 1800s,
2 women in 1 cup.
literacy became widespread among certain classes, and books fell in price, making reading a popular pastime. This spawned a higher demand for paper, which led to plummeting supplies of rag cloth, which is what they used back in Yale fuck all. Manufacturers used every substitute they could think of, from silk to asparagus to hornet's nests. Most of the cheap books, however, were made with wood pulp. The rough texture and affordability of these pages spawned derogatory terms like pulp fiction and penny dreadful. What's worse is that these cheap books were laden with even cheaper stories. They featured sensationalism, violence, and debauchery. It was like watching Tubi. As Rachel Adler states, by the end of the 19th century, there was a growing concern, especially among middle-class parents, that these cheap, plentiful books were seducing children into a life of crime.
Wait, so you're telling me that these concerns that people are living lonely existences, that there's a loneliness epidemic, and that there are things that have been introduced into society that are ruining the children. You're telling me this isn't new? You mean this has happened throughout the past? Okay, because makes it see, the way that a lot of people talk about the internet, about social media, it makes it seem as if this is the first time that there's ever been a loneliness epidemic that has been created by this technology.
And violence. The same fate befell cinema shows, which became popular in the 1900s. Critics considered them gateway drugs to prostitution and crime. Radio was initially received better than previous
That's why we don't
mediums,
read books in
but
this
came
house.
to be the scapegoat for just about every problem on planet Earth. Let legend tell it, it caused tornadoes, disease, death. Not only was it a new medium, but it was a fast and widespread medium. Information could travel at the speed of...
Yeah, this is what happens when you read books. This is what books tell you to do. Be gay and do crime. Books are bad. They're evil.
Just about anyone, especially enemies. Between the fear of inciting bad behavior and misinformation, radio was treated like a contagion. And then television came and we found our new up. After all, it was the moving pictures coupled with sound that really numbed our minds. Television unplugged us from real life, leading to drooling inactivity. Jerry Mander, a late activist, even considered TV to be a threat to democracy, a Trojan horse that would lead to dictatorship. These criticisms didn't just exist in pretentious academic journals or heavy-handed fanatic ranting. You can find them reflected, ironically so, in some of the most iconic media. Black Mirror, The Truman Show, 1984, Poltergeist, Fahrenheit 451. Each of these media reflect a different technology, a different obsession of its characters that ultimately ends in collapse. History reflects our unstable targeting of new media. Severtston argues that what critics saw as vulgarity and depravity intensified with each new medium. New media were seen to undermine morality, culture, enlightenment, democracy, community, and health. But what about the internet?
Yeah, okay. So this has been something that has occurred throughout really throughout like the last 200 years as big technological advancements were introduced to society. So the people behind these technological advancements posited them as this is a way to cure your loneliness. Look, the telegraph, the telephone, the phonograph, radio. Every time it was advertised as a way to fix the problem of loneliness, because loneliness has been something that's always existed. There are many who believe that inherently human existence is lonely. Like, it's not something that is an individual problem. Like, existing in this world, existing in this life brings loneliness is just accompanies it. So this idea of that we're today in the midst of a loneliness epidemic, like past generations have never experienced loneliness, is not true. The difference, though, is that 100, 200 years ago, people felt lonely, but they were less worried about the feeling of loneliness. They had like expectations on, oh yeah, no, I'm lonely, but that's okay. That's how it goes. I don't need to have all these things going on in my life. I don't need to have all these friends. Loneliness is just, it's an inescapable part of being human. Like, there was more of that understanding. But then new technologies started to emerge. Like I said, the telegraph, the telephone, the phonograph, the radio. And with these, with every new technology, there was copious advertising. There was an idea, the idea in society that, oh, you're lonely, and this piece of technology will fix your loneliness. Like, this is the answer. So past generations had just grown up accepting that loneliness is a part of our existence. Like, that's just how it goes. But then technologies are introduced, and the later generations are now being raised that, oh, loneliness is not something that is normal or that like is a part of existence. And if you're a lonely person, this technology is going to relieve you of that loneliness. Like, you have something now so that you don't have to ever be lonely.
Scholars and even former Vice President Al Gore considered the internet a beacon. It was the savior that would pull our bodies from the trenches of television. Severson refers to this phase as cyber optimism. Guess how long
people are lonely, then they use the latest thing to come around to point the finger to go, hey, that thing has to be causing it. Right. It's this is the thing that's going to fix your loneliness. And then when that doesn't happen, when there's still, there's a loneliness epidemic, then they point to that thing that previously they were like, this is going to fix your loneliness, and go, this is the cause of your loneliness.
That lasted. Yeah, so if the internet was zapped into everyone's home some miraculous day in 1995, by midnight the next morning, there were at least 40 articles written about the dangers of the net. Parents of the 90s feared that children would be victimized by predators in chat rooms. Well, yes. Academics further stoked fear, calling the internet perverse and addictive. Online porn was likened to putting heroin in school milk. Some brave soul even wrote what can only be described as a fan fiction of a family buying a computer, leading to divorce, depression, and the father getting arrested for CP. Talk about a computer system that gets straight down to business.
Toxic, thank you for the
These same
raid.
condemnations and appeals to morality have plagued the internet for decades. From the 90s to the 2000s, even as late as the 2010s. In 2012, Stephen March published an internet call-out, citing its vanity and isolating qualities.
What is it finna play? Wow!
The 2010s were weird, lawless times. And also, I hate the Atlantic. All my homies hate the Atlantic. If you know, you know. But March describes what he calls the internet paradox, wherein our online connection broadens our social circle while simultaneously making it more shallow. March argues that over the years, the average American has become more lonely. Not only does this lead to depression and health scares, but according to John Cacioppo, loneliness can even change our DNA. It penetrates the deepest recesses of the cell to alter the way genes are being expressed. Look,
there was also a change in how loneliness was perceived. Little history lesson here. So in the 40s, a new word started to become popular, and that word was loner, which, is a word that we know and is used all the time, but it was used in a very negative way. So it was this idea that if you sought solitude, if you were someone who was alone, that you were a loner, and then that was bad. And so it then was this increased pressure to not be a loner, to not ever be alone, to not ever experience feelings of loneliness. Yes, loneliness being stigmatized.
I don't know how true that is. I am just a them, but it sounds an awful lot like the sensationalist warnings of the past. 20th century physicians, for instance, warned that women would get nerve damage if they read too many romance books. What were they reading? Wattpad fan fiction? Because I'll tell you from experience. Voldemort fan fiction. Reading that can damage something deep within you. Another element of March's sensationalism, at least in my opinion, is his reference to Yvette Vickers. Yvette was an actress and model of the golden age, but by the 90s, her work had slowed down. In 2010, her family noticed that her relationship with them had waned. Calls stopped coming, emails stopped sending. And then, in April of 2011, her mummified body was discovered by a neighbor. Next to her was a still running computer. March explains that Yvette had been using the internet to correspond with fans
thank you for the prime.
rather than her inner circle. Though the cause of her death isn't mentioned or I think publicly known, her isolated nature and the fact that she was found in the computer room.
I always remember being 8 and my grandparents thinking I was asleep, talking about how I was a loner. I'm so sorry. But also, the previous generation, your grandparents' would not have looked at that in a bad way. They wouldn't have looked at what they perceived to be your solitude, your isolationist behavior as you being maladjusted to society. Like it was literally a change, a societal change in the way that people viewed people who are alone and viewed the issue of loneliness.
Made the internet the prime suspect. The term lonely was used 27 times in March's article. On Vickers' Wikipedia page, her death was referred to as lonely. This denouncement of the internet as some masked killer is relative to the moral panics of past media. For example, Sovertson wrote about a Miss Glover who passed away in the 18th century. When her house was searched, they found a popular yet controversial book underneath her bed. 1774's The Sorrow of Young Werther. The book was considered immoral because it openly discussed suicide. Upon learning of the book's relation to a dead woman, Gentleman's Magazine wrote in 1784, the evil tendency of that pernicious work led to her death. As entertaining as it is to poke fun at sensational internet criticism, there is a glaring truth within it all. These articles wouldn't exist without some evidence of their relevance, right? They wouldn't have persisted for decades. Other media that has faced similar criticism have since grown to be accepted. In fact, Sovertson argues that criticism is usually reserved for the early stages of new media. It's been over 30 years.
This is what happened when the television was introduced. This is what happened when the car was introduced. in the beginning, they were both just like the other examples, the other technological advancements that I mentioned, that they were to be blamed for increasing American loneliness. That they were fracturing the long-standing tradition of being a friendly neighbor, and that they were fracturing people being together and spending time with one another, because now everyone's just gathered around the television, or people aren't taking public transit because they're just driving their cars by themselves.
We still treat the internet like it's contagious. Perhaps there is something wrong with the internet, something wrong with social media and the way it has absorbed us. Popular theory is that it's our fault. Our extreme onlineness is attributed to our own vanity, our self-induced loneliness, our preference for the digital instead of the physical. How boomerish this argument has become. Never mind the fact that most third spaces have been eradicated in favor of empty parking lots and highways. Never mind the fact that you have to pay to go anywhere nowadays. Never mind the fact that children are treated like pests wherever they dare exist, leading them to find solace in the digital. Internet obsession is simply not the fault of the consumer. We can practice mindfulness, we can tape our phones inside a box, we can revert back to flip phones. But damn, Jackie, I can't control capitalism. The internet complex, as explained by Jonathan Crary, is a digital world by which we have all been absorbed. It has plagued us with loneliness, depression, anxiety, and cruelty. It has led to the proliferation of mass information, while leaving its users highly uninformed. It manipulates, it gathers communities, it cajoles, it solves our issues. It's a contradiction, and it's by design. The internet complex is inherently tied to capitalism. In fact, they are structurally interwoven, Crary states. The notion that the internet could function independently from capitalism is one of the stupefying delusions of this moment. Think of capitalism like a vehicle. The engine, which incites capitalism—
Isn't it crazy that it always comes back to capitalism?
Is capital. The doors are imperialism and stretch like arms into various countries to meddle and destabilize.
Classic.
The steering wheel is the empire, guiding the occupants down the road. The fuel is blood, the endless toil that powers the car. The internet has to be something minor on this vehicle, but still conducive to the effectiveness of the car, like the windshield. Okay, does that sound bad? Like, does that sound silly? Is that a silly comparison? Because when I was writing this, I was like, does this shit eat or no? But here's my logic, right? Without the windshield, the car will still drive, but it'll look a little funny. You'll get bugs in your teeth and rain in the interior. Likewise, a windshield serves no purpose if not attached to the vehicle. As Crary stated earlier, the internet and capitalism are intertwined. The absence of one affects the other. More than that though, cars need maintenance, right? Capitalism was sold as this shiny, convenient system. It's defended heavily while clearly showing signs of deterioration. All those individual elements of the vehicle, the engine, the steering wheel, the battery, all of them have gone unserviced, unmaintained. We're pushing the car beyond its limits, and the passengers within it, you and me and everyone on Earth, are pummeling towards a certain end. The brakes have gone out. The steering wheel is locked. Now we see empires for what they are. We see political leaders for what they don't do. Even the internet, this thing that we find minor in the grand discussion of late-stage capitalism, is breaking down and revealing horrible truths. Our information is hoarded and then sold without our knowledge. Social media is privately owned and therefore legally censored. And despite being plugged into this thing that we have told is convenient and life-changing, it feels like the only thing we're able to use this tool for is passively existing. The The internet is fueled by artificially manufactured appetites, Query argues. The speed in which we are able to fulfill every desire, every whim, every lonely need has led to deterioration. We are, as Query states, a world operating without pause, without the possibility of renewal or recovery, choking on its own heat and waste. Alright, let's scrap the car metaphor and instead put my English degree to use for once. Guy Debord talks at length about what he calls the spectacle. The spectacle refers to everyday visuals and media associated with capitalist and consumerist culture. This can refer to ads, films, celebrities, as well as the internet and social media. Debord considers the spectacle the result and project of capitalism, meaning that our capitalistic culture
I'll link the video
produces
after.
spectacles
It's
that
internet
we
loneliness
consume
and loss of
and are
community.
consumed by. But how did the internet become a spectacle?
One way to increase your net worth is to use the internet for all it's worth.
Both Query and SciShow argue that in its early stages, the internet was owned and operated by the government. As one of the Green brothers argues, I genuinely can't tell if this is John or Hank, the purpose of the internet was research, not gaining wealth. But through a long and constant changing of hands, the internet became accessible to the average person. In the 90s, Tim Berners-Lee and Robert Caillou introduced the World Wide Web. This led to easier communication and some fun, but it also led to a transformation. The internet was a fruitful land. And you know how the US empire feels about that. Jonathan Query argues that the internet's shift from government-owned to publicly used was intentional. The shift occurred as an essential part of the massive reorganization of capital flows and the remaking of individuals into entrepreneurs of their own human capital. In other words, the internet became a way to incorporate capitalism and toil into every orifice of life. This shift was noted rather early.
I mean, you can say that about pretty much everything. GPS was originally for military advantage. Now it's in our cars. I don't think this video creator is saying that it's only unique to the internet. I think that they are looking at the internet as the latest example of technology that has been taken over by capitalism, that has like the problems that come from the internet, the problems that it creates are because of its devolving into just having capitalistic intentions. And the way that it's used today, right? And I think looking at this constantly talked about issue of the loneliness epidemic and how it's caused by the internet, that's what a lot of people believe, what people maintain, that the internet has ruined young people, the internet has ruined community, the internet has made people lonely. So it's breaking all of that down. And that's why I've also given some context of how the idea that we are suffering from loneliness is not something that is new, and the idea that a new technology is introduced as a way to fix your lonely problem but then is then blamed for people feeling lonely is not new, and how loneliness in general is not new. It's just the way that we view loneliness and the way that we are aware of it and look at it as this massive failure.
Early by John Bellamy Foster and Robert M. McChesney in 2011. They argue that our early fantasies of the internet have been sort of outpaced by our obsession with capitalism. What seemed to be an increasingly open public sphere, removed from the world of commodity exchange, seems to be morphing into a private sphere of increasingly closed, proprietary, even monopolistic markets. So the internet became infected with capitalism and therefore began to show its symptoms. God, does anyone else feel suddenly unwell? Well, doctor, what is it? I'm diagnosing you with irony, M. Shanspeare.
Irony?
Yeah, you're making a video about capitalism and consumerism on the internet, and yet you have a sponsor. Curious. An internet-based sponsor, nonetheless. Milanote is an organizational tool that can help you plan just
That was
about
great.
anything. From creative projects to schoolwork.
That was good.
Even to just personal mood boards. And look,
Capitalism pressure to
creative
commodify
knows
everything
the
to feed
power
economic
of
growth.
a
Just
hard
imagine social media without the
okay?
need to profit from
Don't
it. It would be
question
amazing.
my
Right.
allegiance to
Like,
journals,
is
but I've been
it
using Milanote
social
for nearly a
media
year to
that
plan
has
my
caused
days?
feelings
I'm a big
of,
visual learner.
that has caused negative feelings? Or is it how social media became so commodified that everything about social media serves the purpose of capitalism? Like, what is the real problem here?
Before moving on to research, here I have designated 2 subboards to organize my thoughts. One is text-based, and the other
I
is
think
for
like, I think something that's just so important to think about, because I'm not saying that feeling lonely is not a bad feeling. That's not what I'm saying when I'm explaining like how things changed from society 300 years ago to society now in our views on loneliness. But like in the 70s, psychologists put forth these theories where they hypothesize that you can overcome loneliness as long as you have as many social connections as you desire. And so therefore, if you don't have as many social connections as you desire, then you're going to be lonely. So like, to fix the problem, if you think you need 10 connections to keep yourself from being lonely, and you don't have 10 connections, then you'll be lonely. But if you get to the 10 connections, then you won't be lonely. And it's also like, the loneliness is an industry. Let's make no mistake about that. Loneliness is an industry, and it has ramped up expectations on what we need to have in our lives. How much social interaction, how many connections we need to have for it not to be a failure and for us not to be suffering from loneliness. So like, if you continue to be lonely, that's a moral failure. That is or not a moral failure, but like, you're not lining up the amount of social connections you need with the amount of ones that you have.
Always use Milanote's column feature. It allows me to stack similar sources together, which makes forming an argument or finding and creating a theme much easier. Milanote also works well with visual elements like pictures and videos. When I find a clip I want to use for editing, I'm able to quickly link it to my designated
The walled
subfolder.
garden effect on
This
the
makes
internet is a
editing
byproduct of Steve Jobs
extremely
revolutionizing the
easier
tech
since I don't
sector
have to
by
put a
isolating and
billion
monopolizing your time on Apple products, on Google, on TikTok, on YouTube. Capitalism
Instead,
preys on your
they're
loneliness because
organized
together we
and
burn
splayed
down
out,
corporations.
So they're easily findable on this subboard. Despite me being a one-person show, groups can also utilize Milanote. It's easy to share your board with other creatives or colleagues, and you can invite them to leave comments, give feedback, and make changes to the board. All of this in real time. If it
I'm
sounds
obsessed.
interesting to
I'm
you, then
obsessed
you're in
with their
luck.
setup here.
Milanote is
This like
available
theater,
for free with no time limit.
this
Sign
theater
up using the
window.
link in the description and start your next creative project. Thank you to Milanote for sponsoring this video.
So basically, like, I think what my intent with watching this video and having this conversation is that it's not just as simple as the internet has created a generation of lonely people. That like, loneliness is this thing that has become a new problem in society, that it's the worst that it's ever been, and that is because of our reliance on the internet. Like, I don't believe it's as simple as that. And like, just overall, modern technology has made it more hopeful to have constant sociability. So like, oh, modern technology means that you can socialize all the time. But it's also heightened worries about loneliness. And so that's why it's like constantly on people's minds. It's like, well, how do you have this paradox of we're more connected than ever because of the internet, but people are more lonely than ever? But is that really the truth?
So look, if you know me, you know that I have not read Karl Marx.
Or is that the whole
I
picture?
famously used an article by Teen Vogue to explain to you capitalistic theory. And I stand by that decision. Fuck, who do I look like? I can read complex and political theory and then go on tumblr.com and find a 12-year-old girl who thought of and broke down that same theory first in a much more accessible and enlightened way. Today, I am that 12-year-old girl. No, the first pillar of capitalism is rapidity, which the internet reflects. Fast videos, fast bites of information, fast schedules, and fast trends. Discourse generally blames TikTok for this acceleration with their short-form success in the market of social media, which tracks. It's because of TikTok that every fucking platform on planet Earth has a short-form comment section. Like, Ariana, what are you doing here? But TikTok's brain-numbing quickness isn't new. In fact, they really just implemented something we had already been experiencing in every other facet of life. Andrewism once stated that capitalism is our master and time is its whip. Constant speed, or the collapsing of time, plays a crucial role in capitalism. The faster you live, the faster you consume, the faster you work, the faster money is made. If we look back on my video on phone obsession,
gotta go
we
turbo
can see
speed.
how social media apps design their algorithms to favor rapidity, which in turn produces obsessive consumption. And for those of us whose job is literally screen, we see how capitalism is reproduced online. Let me buffer my next argument by saying that I am extremely privileged to consider posting silly little videos a job. I worked in hospitality before this, and let me tell you, the annoyances of YouTube simply do not compare to scrubbing human feces off of the wall or getting called the help by your customers.
Content creation is the hardest job in the world, though. Let's not forget.
I love minimum wage. Anyways, when it comes to YouTube, there's an expectation to constantly churn out videos, long and short. If I were
Should we bring
keep
this
up
back?
with YouTube's ambitions, the quality of my videos would be slashed in half, maybe even more. Not to mention that I would probably pass away. What I'm doing would no longer be art, but content. A soulless, giant black void of manufactured whimsy. The faster you are on this platform and across social media, the more you're rewarded, yet the more isolated you and your work become. This brings us to the second pillar, constant connection. Our phones, our emails, our laptops, our dating profiles, our social media, they exist with an unspoken expectation that people are entitled to reach you at all times. If someone calls, you answer. If they text, you read it. If they email, you respond. Taking days or weeks or even months as per history would be a social faux pas. Not to mention, this infection spreads beyond social life and into your job. There is no space on earth besides the grave where you can rest without expectation of productivity. Isn't technology so amazing? And not to mention super fucking hypocritical? Because while encouraging non-stop connection, the internet and capitalism simultaneously shrink communities. Pillar number 3 is where all of those think pieces about loneliness and conspiracies about when injected school milk come back in. The general consensus about the internet, and more specifically social media, is that these tools—
Sorry, before we get into this next point, my firm tried to get me to be available 24/7. I told them I wouldn't for less than a 50% raise or they could fire me. Yeah, that was a big problem with people doing work from home, is that at first it was like, oh, this is this really great thing. And it was like, oh, actually people working from home are working more, because the idea is that you're working from home, so you're available now 24/7. Whenever we need you, 24/7, and You're just working all the way through. Have you read Noam Chomsky's writings? Mm-hmm.
Lead to loneliness. Despite all the research and heavy-handed analogies, I don't exactly believe this. The internet more so reminds you of your loneliness, or it deludes you into thinking you're lonely by comparing yourself to others. If I were to get really serious and start donning my aluminum foil cap, I would argue that the internet seeks to sell loneliness to you. The internet honors personless existence through numbers, through aliases, through fast-moving, shallow experience. How could someone not feel lonely here? In this place where hundreds of thousands, millions of people can be condensed into small numbers. Likes, views, subscribers. In July of 2023, Olivia Sun published a video essay about how the human face is often lost online. That is to say, internet users are less likely to see humans behind the content they consume. This is due in part to sophisticated algorithms. It's as though the internet is
You're a Noam Chomsky fan. Name 5 of his
constantly
albums.
being reproduced and made in our image. Curated content and seemingly special treatment makes us feel like the main characters. Enter stage left, cynicism and apathy. Internet users often disregard or attack anything they find uninteresting or unrelated to them. Olivia states,
Online, each person becomes subject to our judgment. You are the sole spectator in your enclosed world.
because the internet shares symptoms of capitalism, it's no surprise to see that hyper-individualism is favored by the latter as well. DeBoard argues that capitalism and the spectacle share a perceived goal of unification, but this goal is often a false promise. Both capitalism and the spectacle achieve nothing but separation. That explains the lack of intimacy online and the so-called loneliness epidemic. Instead of person to person, we often connect object to object. For instance, you and I have something special in our delusions, but you have more of a relationship with whatever screen
Good
you're
night, Josh.
watching this from, and I have more of a relationship with my camera, because you're not in the room with me right now. There's actually a fancy term for this: commodity fetishism. This Marxist theory argues that we often have a deeper relationship with objects rather than people, especially when it comes to
I don't know if this is what she's getting at, but look, you guys know me. I'm the number one shit talker on the internet, okay? Of the internet. But it isn't all bad. And I do recognize that there are plenty of people who have found community online. I mean, just the irony of us whenever we talk about things like this, and I'm streaming, like I'm on the internet. This is a community, like a community that we have formed via the internet. And I recognize that there's a lot of people who can't have community in real life due to, maybe they're disabled or they have health issues, whatever it is, where their opportunity to have community is via the internet. Like, it has provided a place for them to exist, like to be. And I think I think that's always an important thing to keep in mind when we are talking about the bad that is now so much of the internet, and how commodification, how capitalism has ruined so much of the internet. Like, those things are true, sure, but there's also good things that have not yet been stolen away, that are still like a life raft for people to have. Thank you for bringing that up. It's validating and appreciate a lot. Yeah, and I think it's something where, what I always say is, look, whenever people come in here and they're like, sorry, Queen, haven't watched your streams in a while, you know, I was traveling or I was doing this thing. I'm like, that's great. I'm so happy for you. I am not somebody, even though, yes, I rely on, my career is reliant upon people watching me every day and consuming everything I have. What I really want, though, is for y'all, if you have the, if you are able to have lives outside of the stream, of course. Like, I don't want your whole life to be the stream. But also knowing that for some people, they physically can't form those connections outside of the internet, which is why, like, me having this community here, this place for people to be is an important thing. Krista, thank you for the 14 months. Of course, the stream isn't going to be my whole life. I have other streams to watch too. Yeah, and then I think about people like Iron Mouse, who she's in this situation, the streamer who can't be around people. She can't be going outside. And so for her lifeline has been the internet. Like, streaming for Iron Mouse is something that a lot of other content creators won't ever understand, because they won't be in the position that she's been in.
Consumerism. For instance, we have a close connection with our phones and the money we use to buy our phone. We know nothing of the manufacturing process and nothing of the sourcing process, both of which likely use forced labor. We don't know who touched this before we did, their names, their ages, and they know nothing about us besides our lustful, violent consumerism. That reminds me, let's talk about hyper-individualism and internet activism. I know, not even Kendrick Lamar's hatred for Drake overshadows y'all's hatred for so-called selectivism. We have survived infographics, black squares, celebrities posing at protests for social media clout. However, beyond the fumbles, internet activism can be and is useful. Not only is it great for sharing quick updates or introductions to information, it also might be someone's only avenue to advocate for others. People who are disabled and immunocompromised, who may be unable to go to protests, people who use art and education as their form of activism but don't have a soapbox big enough outside of the digital. The internet can be a great place to advocate. And yet, because of the way it's designed, it often favors individualism and ignorance. Those same algorithms that cater to you and make you feel special now suppress your voice.
Right, and again, that is the result of capitalism.
They reward silence. What's more is that internet activism exists alongside the internet's aforementioned obsession with rapidity and simplicity and money. Digestible, quick information does better in the algo, meaning people are more likely to provide watered down information. Movements become fast-paced and unsustainable as people disregard critical engagement in favor of thoughtless and oftentimes self-driven action. For instance, the BDS movement, which stands for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, is Palestinian-led and stretches back decades. It uses the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa as a sort of inspiration for its strategies. One of those strategies is purposeful and targeted boycotts. According to their Instagram, the list of companies they have curated to boycott and apply pressure to have been chosen carefully for maximum impact. It's been shown before, such as the case with South Africa, that this form of targeted boycotting is most sustainable and most effective. And yet, if you unwittingly go to their Instagram comment section, you can find hundreds of people who think that they, as non-Palestinian individuals who just started tuning into Palestine 8 months ago, know better than the historical collective. Out of spite or even just ignorance.
That's because they do.
People have disregarded.
I love the people who have just learned about something and then become the experts on it. Love those people.
Guarded BDS's list of companies in favor of their own, creating a chaotic and unorganized effort. When asked about why they have decided to individualize the movement, they argue, well, I don't use the products on the BDS list anyway. I won't be able to participate if we only focus on these targets.
Okay. Let's do what you want to do.
Early versions of this script featured me yelling a lot, but that's not how we learn, right? We learn by patience. We learn by
silence, Palestinian. A TikToker's talking.
Facts. And the fact of the matter is, you have lost your goddamn mind, okay? So for the record, I think it's natural to have different opinions on how we reach a goal, so long that we understand that the goal is the same, the goal here being, liberation. When organizing, you will come across different opinions and methodology, and that's the beautiful complexity of working with other people, right? So my criticism isn't aimed at general disagreement, it's aimed at what I find to be displays of individualism. My criticism is that people seem to be centering themselves in a movement that is much more complex and much older than just one person can be. My criticism is the blatant disregard for organized effort in favor of individual effort. This comment, for instance, states that they don't care if their individual actions don't monetarily impact the occupation. Instead, they seem to care more about their own individual morals. At least that's my impression. And I get the sentiment, I get the frustration, I really do, and I will expand on that in a bit, but I just wanted to make clear what I was critiquing here. Someone in the comments made a great point that online users are conflating boycotts with abstinence. Abstaining from something is an individual choice. It's broad, personal, and morally driven. It usually has low impact on the financial health of the targeted company, but it serves yourself. You're abstaining from something that you don't agree with. Boycotting, on the other hand, is meant to be a mass demonstration of...
Yeah, and my thoughts are, if you personally want to do what you think is the thing to do, go for it. But if a movement that has been around for a long time, and there are people who've dedicated their lives to it, if they are not officially putting something out, you don't get to shame people then for not doing what your individual beliefs on the matter are. And a lot of people don't understand what a boycott is. Yeah.
Curated targets. This is what affects the target the most. It's very possible to both abstain and follow curated boycotts. The reason BDS explicitly rejects the 30-mile-long list of brands to boycott that is circulating on social media is because it is unorganized and unsustainable. Also, these lists that are circulating on social media tend to feature brands that are not monetarily tied to the occupation, and BDS explicitly targets brands that have something to lose financially. And that's why we don't see brands like Starbucks on this list, because to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but from the brief research that I did.
And just to clarify, I think what got muddied was the calls for boycotting Starbucks came from Starbucks union busting. That's been around for a minute now, because Starbucks is notorious for union busting. So calls to boycott Starbucks are, from my understanding, related to those unionizing efforts. It's not something that BDS has officially has on their list. And there's been confusion around it. And it's why people have, I believe, good intentions, but are not going off of the official BDS list and are going off of what they think based on what they've seen online, and then are shaming and yelling at people. Valid AF, whilst right. I mean, yes, valid to boycott a company that is the number one union busting company notoriously.
They do not fund the occupation.
And also
the
shitty
previous
coffee.
CEO that everyone claims is funding the occupation has not been the CEO.
There's good reasons to boycott Starbucks, but muddying the BDS movement by tying it in against the organizers' wishes is irresponsible.
For over a year now.
No one is saying to shop there. It's probably best that you don't because girly pop they be union busting. Comments such as the ones under BDS's Instagram highlight the individualistic attitude present in online activism. This form of advocacy is unsustainable and it will burn out. Which brings me to another example. The viral celebrity block list. Now, I caught this movement on its tail end.
It becomes a problem if you're using your personal position in a way that ends up making the movement as a whole less effective.
To find everything in shambles. As you can all imagine, most of us have been feeling extremely frustrated and extremely angered by what we're seeing across the world. Not just in places like Palestine or Congo or Tigray or Sudan, but everywhere. The price of living has gone up exponentially in the past few years. People are having to work longer and harder for less outcome. People are one missed paycheck away from homelessness, one overpriced grocery trip away from hunger. Also, our government, especially the United States, I get mad thinking about this, but especially the United States government, can line their pockets and fund the erasure of entire peoples across the world. This has been our energy for years.
Yeah, sorry if this is not totally a related statement, but I'm just thinking more of like the difference between has something actually drastically changed and is affecting us negatively in a way that it never has, or is it some combination of, yeah, things have gotten worse, but we are more aware of it. Like I think about this with politics where we just have this tendency to romanticize the past. Like we're very nostalgic. We absolutely love to look back on even the early 2000s, like the nostalgia for the early 2000s, for the 90s. And this idea that problems were not persistent like they are today. And in some ways, like things have worsened, but I also think a huge part of it is just how aware we are now. Everyone thinks the Reagan Republicans were, everyone thinks like Obama was the greatest politician. It was back when it was civil. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who were formerly obsessed with Obama and thought he was just like the greatest president and, how presidents should be, have changed their minds on that. But there still is, like, I saw this TikTok of people who were being nostalgic for the debate between Romney and Obama. And I get that it was coming from, oh my God, look at the Trump and Biden debate. This is the worst thing in the fucking world. Like, but they were nostalgic for that era in a way that didn't recognize that there were a lot of fucking problems then as well. And like the things that Romney was saying, the promises that Obama made, but like all of that is forgotten because of the nostalgia for better times. But like better times as you like think you remembered them. Yeah, people were being nostalgic for Bush. Yeah. And so it's like with Palestine. Okay, Palestine's a good example. What has happened to Palestinians is not something that is new. It has been going on for almost 8 decades. But what's changed is the awareness. And granted, what's been happening for the last 10 months is the worst that it's been on like a long-term, on like a consistent long-term scale as far as the number of Palestinians who have died in X amount of time. But since the Nakba, right. But it's not something that is a new injustice. It's something that a lot of people now are aware of. The early 2000s politics were also bad. Instead of chuds being against woke, it was PC culture. And even Dems were making arguments against gay marriage at the time. Yeah, and you talk about like, oh, the election, you know, the 2020 election drama. Think about Gore versus Bush. Like, you know, this idea that democracy died in 2016. Did it? Really? Because I think I can think of other times in the past where you can argue that democracy died. Anywho.
Years. This year especially has been extremely tense. And it has only been made worse by the continued display of wealth and ignorance.
Yes, and last point. And the internet has made it easier to be aware of all these things.
On the part of celebrities and influencers. The 2024 Met Gala was the straw that broke the camel's back. While protesters took to the street outside the event, celebrities inside posed with extravagant outfits, ice purses, and diamonds galore. Meanwhile, an influencer by the name of Haley Bailey showed off capital-esque fashion, and to do so, used the infamous yet often disputed quote by Marie Antoinette, "Let them eat cake." Given the state of the world, Haley's TikTok was bad timing, right? People were already feeling a little French by the time she uploaded it. And to prove it, her blunder inspired the infamous digitine, wherein average internet users flocked across social media in droves, blocking celebrities and influencers alike, and leaving slashed follower counts in their wakes. The digitine has
thank you.
merit.
Oh, Nandre!
I
Shit.
think it
Where's
is
Nandre?
good. Celebrities and influencers can be
Thank you for
a
the
little
17
weird.
months.
A majority tend to prioritize their money or...
Sorry, I just kind of talked over her. Watch, she's going to say she's going to say Nandre in a sing-song voice. Oh, you know me. Got him. Got him.
Digitine has merit. I think it is good. Celebrities and influencers can be a little weird. A majority tend to prioritize their money or image over caring about other people. A lot of them hoard wealth and use that wealth as a visor to ignore the depravity and hopelessness aimed at working class people. The way we idolize and simultaneously dehumanize celebrities is weird and should have ended
always be singing.
decades, if not centuries ago. However, the digitine was also massively unsustainable. The goal was different for everyone who participated. Some people blocked celebrities if they had been silent on what's happening around the world. Some people blocked celebrities if they have spoken up, but also attended the Met Gala. Some people blocked celebrities if they spoke up, didn't attend the Met Gala, but didn't post quote-unquote enough. What constituted as quote-unquote posting enough also varied across individuals. And then frenzy happened. Social media prizes quick and oftentimes unplanned action, and this affects how we advocate. The digitine was unorganized, with no cemented objective, and it often circulated false information. Hundreds of lists circulated, naming which celebs and influencers to block. It habitually targeted people who have and continue to speak up for Palestine and other sides. It was even common to start seeing Palestinian people on the list themselves, like Bella Hadid. You know, the Palestinian model who has utilized her platform for years
that's pretty
to
wild.
call for liberation.
Pretty wild.
Bella Hadid. Alan Rickman was apparently on a list, which might confuse you if you're a part of the apparent 1% who knows he's been dead for 8 years. When celebrities did start speaking up about Palestine, like Lizzo, netizens claimed that it was useless performativity. In fact, they started copy-pasting the same phrase under every post talking about Palestine.
Boycott the dead.
After the digitine started. The timing is crazy, implying that a person was only talking about Palestine to avoid being blocked. The weird part is,
why hasn't
this
Alan Rickman
comment
said
was
something?
aimed at everyone, even those who have been amplifying the cause. This chaos brings into question the purpose of the blockout. Was it a collective effort to amplify Palestinians, or was it an expression of individual frustration?
As somebody who's worked in activism, I don't see any clear definition of who's being targeted. I don't see any strategy. Some people are saying we're targeting anybody who hasn't said anything about Gaza. Okay, that's a clear ask, right? Then I'm seeing some people saying, well, even if they did talk about Gaza, that's not enough. You need to be prepared to define what is enough if you're going to be asking things of people. And when your pressure campaign works and the influencer or celebrity, they say something about Gaza, right? You can't then move the goalpost and say, oh, sorry, we're still mad. You didn't do enough. It's too little too late. That's not a strategic protest anymore. That's just you being mad.
Which I want to emphasize, of course, is valid. I don't want this section to be misunderstood. I'm not saying that these movements are unhelpful or in vain. I'm not condemning anyone or advocating for perfect activism. No one on earth is a perfect
Perfection is the enemy of good.
And I'm also not telling you that your feelings aren't valid. The frustration has been unquenchable, not just for Palestine, but for every nation, every person who is subjugated by systems of oppression. It's alienating, in a sense, to see the truth of the world, because you begin to feel like no one or nothing can bring a stop to the torture. But, however, we must realize that hopelessness is the goal of systemic oppression. It seeks to drive us even further toward individualistic action instead of collective action, because they know that they can't be beat by one person. My point is that we have to be more organized. Disorganization only works with addressing personal or individual
Unless that person is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
symptoms,
He
right?
could do it.
Pain, anger, all of that may be alleviated by something as chaotic as the 2024 blockout. But long-term disorganization doesn't work in addressing systemic issues, which I hope we understand is the end goal. Imperialism, settler colonialism, capitalism, the war machine.
Wait, what? Damn, Israel gets so much flack. Hey, what happened to Shireen Abu Akleh? Wait, what? Israel murdered her.
Things can't be taken out by self-driven motives and carceral strategies. As the scholars say, be fucking for real. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
I'm assuming they're being sarcastic. I was like, well, hold on a sec. Okay. I sorry. Sorry. Look, it's that time of night. Okay. It's that time of night. Yes, I understand they're being sarcastic now. I genuinely was like, wait, did they not know? Did they think it was the other side?
But what are we to fucking do? The internet isn't all bad.
No jokes.
A few bad
No
apples
sarcasm.
doesn't invalidate the fruitful tree.
Nothing.
The internet provides information. Despite the fast-paced nature of social media, nuance and depth can be found in other places of the internet if you just look for it. The internet also provides entertainment, hobbies, ways of connecting that isn't entirely destabilized by its inherent proximity to capitalism. I've been able to use the internet to connect to you. However object-mediated our relationship is. I've used the internet to see things that I would never have seen otherwise. Beautiful things and simultaneously
Like Blue Waffle.
horrible things. Community is clearly exercised on the internet, or at least it's displayed through the internet for us to witness. People joining collectives, people sharing information and mutual aid links. The internet has allowed me to see heart-wrenching displays of community. I've seen Palestinians tearing through rock and debris with their bare hands and feet to save people they don't know. I've been able to meet Ahmed. He's only a year older than I am, and I've been able to look at pictures of his beautiful family, including his nieces and nephews. And thanks to the internet, you can learn more about Ahmed and hundreds of other Palestinian families in need of aid. thanks to Operation Olive Branch. There's a link for Ahmed in my link tree, which you can find in the description, and you can also check out Operation Olive Branch, which is also linked in my description. The internet has left me in awe of aid workers in Congo who sacrifice their own safety to advocate for their community. Young people in Sudan chanting in unison for a revolution as they approach dire starvation numbers. People in Tigray, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, even where I live in the United States, indigenous people are losing land and losing life here as well, because settler colonialism is here as well, and Canada too. The internet is where I see most of this, where I see radical love and radical resistance. The internet is beautiful in these ways, but why can't we ask for better? These good aspects of the internet are used to justify the bad parts of the internet. DeBoard argues that the spectacle is so ubiquitous, so self-affirming in its own goodness and usefulness, that it can't be critiqued. The spectacle demands that we remain passive to it, that we give up autonomy. We must view the spectacle as unable to be diminished, torture to be lived without. As DeBoard states, the spectacle covers the entire surface of the world and bathes endlessly in its own glory. Prairie agrees, arguing that we treat the internet and other spectacles as if they were installed onto the computer of life, with no way of uninstalling it. You can even find this same sentiment in Fahrenheit 451, published in 1953. You can't argue with the four-walled televisor. Why? The televisor is real. It is immediate. It has dimension. It tells you what to think and blasts it in. It must be right. It seems so right. It rushes you on so quickly to its own conclusions, your mind hasn't time to protest. The internet is not our problem. Not our immediate problem. That is. It's a more acceptable target situated in an otherwise faultless machine. The internet hasn't stolen community from us. It hasn't ripped our society apart. It redefined these things, restructured them, sure, but it's not our final boss. The goal of the internet, of the spectacle itself, is constant recreation and longevity. It's the same goal, in fact, of every other system. White supremacy, colonialism, imperialism. These things seek to exhaust every avenue, every person, every tool at their disposal in order to continue their performance. Prairie argues that getting rid of capitalism will destroy the internet. And sure, I agree, it would destroy the internet and life as we know it, but it won't destroy us.
Another world is possible. Internet or not. Click off.
A tool is a
or
tool no
log
matter how
on.
it's used.
Maybe we're soon to see it.
Interesting. When Mark Zuckerberg helped to create internet.org in 2013, he claimed to be doing so to provide internet access to the billions on Earth still lacking it. He explained, "We just believe that everyone deserves to be connected and on the internet." Oh, okay. How altruistic of him. Clearly, he had no ulterior motives for bringing the internet to people. Besides the fact that it was clearly financially beneficial for Mark Zuckerberg to emphasize this human need for connection. And Facebook Vice President Andrew Bosworth declared, "The ugly truth is that we believe in connecting people so deeply that anything that allows us to connect more people more often is de facto good. This idea that more connections are always desirable, which Silicon Valley self-consciously spreads, exacerbates anxieties about loneliness. It does so especially when loneliness is understood as a discrepancy between the number of connections one has and the number one desires. Of course, communication companies have long thrived on this discrepancy. But today's companies raise expectations further and have turned internet connectivity into an entitlement, a desire that tolerates no limits. For how much connection is enough, the implicit answer seems to be that one can never have enough. So, I guess in summary, what I would say is the internet has changed a lot of people's lives for better or for worse. A lot of people who have found community through the internet, but also this idea that like you have to have a certain number of connections, and if you don't, then that's where loneliness comes from, and loneliness is like this personal problem and is an awful thing that like you need to be spending every day solving, and that it's never been a thing that's ever been a thing. Like that, I think, is what I'm pushing back on. And keeping in mind that the internet, which is now just a tool for capitalism, thrives off of the idea that there is a loneliness problem and you need the internet to be able to solve that, or vice versa, that like, you know, the internet is the cause of your loneliness. There needs to be caution about romanticizing the past and treating the problems we face as trans-historical. Yeah, and so I don't know if that makes, if you're someone who's sitting here and you're like, God, but loneliness is awful and I feel it all the time and yada, yada, yada. I don't know if it makes you feel better to just be reminded of the fact that loneliness has always been a thing. It's just that we changed how we view loneliness. And we changed in that modern technology is always presented as a way to fix this problem. And then it's used to blame as like the cause of the problem. Loneliness did not fall out of a coconut tree. Yeah. But you know who did? The rest of us. The rest of us fell out of a coconut tree. Maybe we need to release the burden. Say it with me, y'all. Say it with me. This is what will help us. What can be unburdened by what has been. You already forgot the line? Okay, we're gonna have to watch the 4-minute video again. What can be unburdened by what has been? Wait, that's kind of a good combo. What can be unburdened by what has been? That was kind of, yeah. Okay, I'll work on that. What can be... I just love Venn diagrams. I need to hear her laugh again. I gotta work on my Kamala. Unburdened by what has been. Carolyn Harris. LN, thank you for the 6 months. I know who I'm voting for. Who are you voting for? Oh, that's...
So let's get that straight. You like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine.
I also saw videos of people like trying to hand Joe Biden Adderall through the TV screen. What can be, comma, unburdened by what has been. Sorry if I can't post links, but there's an old Vox video about social circles. I am done watching stuff, but I do want to see if I've seen this before.
One theory that could help us understand
Why
the
are we
impact
so
that
lonely?
has
Glad
on
you
loneliness.
asked. Trying to remember if I've seen that. We have to make assumptions about the things that make us lonely, but research shows that the amount of time you spend with other people and the quality of our social skills don't really make a difference. So why is nearly half the U.S. population reporting feeling lonely regularly? Again, I don't think it's as simple as people have gotten more lonely. I think it's the awareness of being lonely and there being an entire fucking industry, an entire loneliness industry. Do you think they're going to replace Biden? I don't, but I hope to be proven wrong. I'm reminded of a conversation I had with my dad a few years ago when I was really depressed. I was bemoaning that I didn't have a lot of close friends anymore, that I had maybe 1 or 2 best friends. He said, oh, fuck, that I was born in 1955. Do you know how many best friends I have? One, my friend Julie, we met freshman year of college. That's the whole thing about a best friend. You just have one, always have been. It's like the jokes about how dads have like one friend, Gary or Bob. It's like, yeah, how your dad, like the difference between moms and dads. Like, I think that was like a whole joke thing on TikTok. But yeah, I mean, I think I subscribe to that idea that if you don't have the number of social connections that you think you need to have, then that will give you the idea, or that will create this idea that you are lonely and that you are failing and that you need to fulfill that number. Help me put things in perspective for sure. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's so funny too, because it's like, don't we live in America where hyper individualism is what's been promoted? Like, oh, you're American? It's all about being an individual, baby. Okay. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom before I get into some gaming. You want an example of how people can change? Okay, this is gonna make me look really bad, so just keep in mind that I was a child when I said this, but in junior high, I had a lot of friends, and I thought that a measure of how worthy a person was how many friends they had. And my older sister, who's just always been she's been more introverted, not a real social person, didn't have a lot of friends. And she was okay with that though. Like she didn't need to have 40 friends. But I was so mean to her when I was a kid, and thought that was an indicator that she was wrong, that like she was not doing things the way that you're supposed to be doing things. And one day I found her diary, and this was, I don't know, maybe it was like a couple years later. I know I was mean to my own sister as a child. I know. And in her diary, she had written about this conversation I had with her where we had one computer in our house and we all had to share it. And I, of course, was like, I need to be on AIM. I have to be talking to 100 people. And my sister had been on the computer at the time, and I told her that I needed to get on. And she's like, well, I'm talking to my friend. And I was so cruel and was like, you don't have any friends. Like, you have no one to talk to, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm the one who has all these friends. Like, I'm the one who needs to be on AIM. And it was, yeah, it was cruel. I was a child. But as I've gotten older, just, of course, you know, it's not like, oh, I just recently came to terms with the fact that that's wrong. But as I've been in my 30s, have become much more of a person who's like, I still love having a lot of friends. I still am very social, but I am okay with not talking to my friends all the time. I'm okay with like quality interactions over quantity interactions. Yeah, I was a bitch, okay? I was a bitch. I'm done in this town. Cancel me. What was my AIM screen name? It was WSocksFan. WSocksFan 4538 or something like that. I don't know. I can't believe you thought that at 16. I was actually younger than that. I was 12. But fuck me. Fuck me. But yeah, that was the way that I remember being a kid, and I looked at the world that way because my mom always had a lot of friends. My mom was very social. And so I believed that you were a better person if you had a lot of friends, that you were like a cooler, better person. And that being a loner, like we talked about how loner is a term that was introduced in the 40s in a negative way, that being a loner was a bad thing. But I don't feel like that anymore. It's been a long time. Don't worry, my younger brother once threw the same insult at me. There is no one who can, who know how to hurt you worse than your goddamn family members. They will cut you deep. Kids can be so mean. That's true. That is true. Oh my God, you guys. It's been less than a week, but I feel like it's been forever. Fuck. Because I've been playing Chain together. Unchained, Chain together. Elden Quan is back, baby. Okay. Hello? 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 Okay, like I said, I don't know how much I'm going to play tonight because I am going to get up and do a baking stream. The skills that I learned from Chain Together will make me better Elden Ring. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so I do remember that I left off and it's the guy on the pig, and I don't really know if I want to spend the next hour malding about the guy on the pig. What do we think? Yes, there's a guy on a pig. I can try him. I don't even fucking... How do I, like, fight? Okay. Maybe just a little warm-up. And then, moving on. God, see? Where am I? Okay. That was a great warm-up. Love it. I'm so back. I'm so back, man. It's like I never left. Okay, we're gonna use that. Do you feel better? Yeah, I feel great. I feel so good. Oh my god, damn it. I genuinely, what the fuck? What the hell? I can't even see him! God! Okay, here's his sword. Okay. Okay. Mimic, get your ass in there! Oh my god, okay. Oh, fuck. Shit, shit, shit. I can't even say what's happening! Mimic, I need you, dude. Mimic, you have to take these hits from me. Shit. Oh, God. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Where am I? Oh my god. Oh shit. Ah! Oh no! Oh my god, that just blasted me. I feel like I'm just not doing this right. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? Everything? Vivek heard what I said to my sister. He's like, you're such a bitch. Solid. Okay, okay. Shit. I'm about to die. About to die. Oh, see? Oh my god. Okay, Mimic. I need you. I need you, mate. What? What? Fuck. Oh my god. It's just cheese or no cheese. Or cheese or cheese. Shit, that wasn't even close. Should I just like run? I don't know. I thought I was supposed to just like roll. Ah, shit. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Where am I? I can't see. I can't. I can't. God damn it. Ah. Avoid the walls. You get trapped. Okay, I gotta get off the walls. I am... I'm trying to blend into the wall. Come on, call. Okay, I'm still in the wall. I'm trying to get off. Mimic, hit his ass. Come on, dude. Come on, Mimic. Why am I crouching? Okay, that's good. I can like... Oh shit, no, I have to... Oh shit. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Okay, now he's gonna come for me, I think. Or maybe not. Mimic, you got it? Got it? Shit. Oh, I think he's pissed. Ah! Ah! Oh shit! How do I get away from that? What is that? Oh my God, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. Don't go too far from him. It triggers those attacks. God damn it. Okay, okay. Okay. All right, get away from me. Oh my God. Should I? No. Bad idea. I need to heal. Shit. How the fuck? Okay, good job, Mimic. Good job. Oh my God. Shit. Okay. Did we get him? No. I thought maybe he... Oh, Jesus. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! What are these rocks? No, see? Fuck! Oh boy. Oh, I didn't know he was gonna go right towards me. How close is near? What's... Roll into him at the start? Okay. So like here, I just... Oh! Okay. Oh shit. So should I just keep rolling into him? Nope, I'm dead. I don't know how to roll. I don't know how to roll when he's charging at me. I just have to roll into him, even though that feels counterintuitive. Okay, let me just try this. Oh, shit. Shit. Fuck. Fuck me. Oh, shit. Okay. Mimic? Oh my God. Okay, I'm missing chances to hit his ass. Oh my God, okay. I rolled into him. Shit! Fuck me! Fuck! Okay, so like, now? Oh, no, that was bad. Okay, okay. Oh, shit. Mimic, I really need you, dude. Oh, shit. Should I get in or no? No? Bad? Shit. Oh my god. Heal. Shit. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Fuck hell. Shit, Mimic. Mimic. God damn it. Oh, shoot. I need to heal. Shit, fuck. Shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, I really needed to heal. Oh my god. Oh. Oh gosh. Okay. The rolling in and staying close was better. Okay. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. Oh, no, I'm dead. Ah! Shit. Oh, I just don't have this. Jay Dilla, thank you for the raid. Fuck. Sorry, that sounded sad. Thank you, Jay Dilla. Shites. Okay. Shit, I need to hit his ass. But I can't. Shit, god damn it. Get your ass up. Come on. God, I'm not even close to him. What am I doing? God. Okay. Am I crouching? Wait, am I crouching? Oh, wait. Oh, shit, I gotta get close. Right? I don't know, I can't see him! I can't see, I don't know. Oh, God, I'm healing at the wrong times! No! Ah! No, I don't have any faith stats. Have I tried damaging the boss and avoiding his attacks? Wait, why didn't I think of that before? Nope, I just took that hit. Okay, I'm dead on the ground. I'm dead. me! I just keep getting dragged under a stupid thing! Now I just want to beat this motherfucker. Okay, here we go. And roll! And hit. Hit. Now move! Shit. Shit, I'm not doing it well. I don't even know how I avoid those. No! Ow, my ass. No, I'm dying. Mimic, where the fuck are you, dude? Nope, okay. Nope, I don't know. I don't know. Wait, I didn't summon the Mimic? Oh my god. I thought I did. Bro, the rolling thing is so hard because he's just constantly... Okay, there he is. See, okay. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I gotta get away. No, I can't. I can't see anything. Mimic was in the waiting room. He's like, you got this, girl? Mm-hmm. Why do I keep getting hit now when I'm rolling into him? Look, I thought we had this figured out. No, see? And then I'm getting caught under a stupid horse. Yes, Mimic. Yes, dude. Nope. Okay, we're fucked. Okay. Hello. Hello. I'm not even close to him. Shit, I gotta get close. Where is he? Come on, Mimic. Where did he go? Wait, what? Shit, I'm out. Okay. What is this thing? How do I can't. I need to heal. I need to heal. I don't like this fight. I don't like this fight. I don't like this. I don't like this boss at all. I don't like him. Oh my god. It's panic rolling because I don't know how... I try to roll into him and I still get hit. I try to roll to the side and he still hits me. Okay, this is the last time I'm trying this. Yeah. See? Okay. Boom! Oh wait, now I did it. Nope, okay. Trying not to panic. Nope. Getting fucked. Nope, okay. I'm missing him. shit. Ah, fuck. I didn't think he was coming after me. I should have known that. Oh, I hate Elden Ring. I got a strat for you. 100% works every time. Is the strategy kill the boss? Is that the strategy? Oh, you just tried to rickroll me? Fossabot got your ass. I'm never gonna give you up. Okay, this is the last time. Oh, shit. Mimic, we're fucked. Get off me. Okay, I'm not even hitting him! Okay, stupid. Oh my god! How do I stagger him? Shit, I actually staggered him! Okay, we gotta get close? Yeah? No? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm dead. Come on, Mimic. Okay. Oh, no! Half my life. Do we try to do Stairway to Heaven? But what if it doesn't work this time? I don't know. He just donkey kicked my ass. I know. Okay, we'll try. We'll try. I'm scared though that it might break the... It might break the streak. Yeah, true. 100% sex rate. 100% sex rate. Okay, we can try it. We can try it. Oh, this motherfucker. Oh, ooh. Okay. Shit, Mimic. We're fucked. It's okay. Okay, I'm swinging at nothing. I'm not even hitting this ass. I'm literally not even hitting him! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Mimic. Come on, dude. Shit. Oh, he just ran me over. Nope. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god. Okay, let's go again. This is an 8-minute song. I'm swiping at him, but I'm not even hitting him. Okay, this has got to be it. Nope. Just took a hit there. It's fine. Okay. Am I literally hitting this guy or no? Okay, I keep trying to twirl into him and then it's not working. No, see, I don't know. I don't know. Why can't I can't roll into him? It's too early. Fuck. Okay, so like, boom. No, see, fuck. No, that was too late. I can't. Come on, Mimic. Where the fuck is this guy? Oh my God. Okay. So far, I literally have not gotten a hit on him. Nope. Oh my God. I'm doing terribly. I hate this guy. I hate him. It's at the last second. I thought I was doing the last second. Horse is almost harder. Okay, so like, boom. Okay, got it. Shit. Get your ass up. Don't let him ass kick you. Shit. Fuck me. Oh my God. Shit, Mimic. Come on, dude. Shit, fuck, where am I? Shah! Shit, fuck! Oh no, I just used up all my flasks. Oh my God! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my God! Holy shit. Jorts, thank you so much for the 5. Right at the guitar solo, you guys. Right at the guitar solo. Gregory, thank you for the 5 months. Oh my God. K-Dragon, thank you for the 11 months. Bro, we are right now at 100% success rate on Stairway to Heaven. I don't want to jinx anything. But damn. You fucking what can be unburdened by what has been that boss. Yeah, I also slammed my leg into the corner of my PC. I was so excited. Holy shit. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Insane Monster 69, you're insane. You're insane for 25 subs. Dwarfson, thank you for the 5. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you guys. Andy, thank you for the 11 months. Wow. Okay. 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 Alrighty. Holy shit. Let's, we did it. It's done. It's done. Oh my god, my leg. Oh my god. Ah! You beat an unpatched boss? Yeah. Fuck yes. Beat an unpatched boss. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. You guys, I don't want to read too much into Stairway though, you know? I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to fuck anything up. Was I hitting those dodges? I couldn't even see. I don't even remember what happened. I don't even know. What's his item? First, let me see what I got here. Fuck that guy. Seriously. Mimic was putting in work. I was dodging. Okay, 230,000. Great. I'll just keep that. Now we're at 60. Perfect. Okay. So what did we get from him? We got a remembrance. Is that it? Yeah, Will hated that guy. The first time you used all your flasks. Yeah, I was no flasks. Am I missing something? Wait, fires a golden shockwave that knocks back foes. Oh, oh, got it. Keep exploring the area. Okay. I see. Okay, so let's oh, there's a lot of swords in this area. Holy shit. God, I hated that guy. What is this? Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, you said there's cool stuff over here? Like in the castle or outside in here? Oh my god. There's always just this like buzz after you've beaten a boss. And you're like, holy shit. Okay, I see this big ass door. I see this big ass door. Let me see, where am I on the map? Okay, I'll be that bozo. I do not want to miss any of the scad tree fragments. Hoo-wee. Oh my god. Okay. Nothing, 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 nothing. I think I gotta keep going through this other big ass door. Oh, hello. Are you kidding? Oh my god. This is like the jackpot. You guys. Oh! Oh, skibbities! Lots of skibbities! The mother load of skibbities. Oh, can we get some more? I'm like fiending. Can I get some more skibbities? Is there anything in this bowl? Wait. Oh. Oh. This is just a giant bowl. Praise the tree. Okay. Now I'm soup. Could this be a precious item except visions of underground tune? Behold, nest. Okay. I want more skibbities. Yeah, these messages are always like, what? What are you guys saying? What is being said? Wait, so I... Oh, look at that tree. Okay. Let's see. Anything over here? No. Did you do the Oh Mother emote secret path? No, I did not. I don't know what that is. Now I get the secret passage? Secret passage? Fuck yes. Love me some secret passages. Excuse me, dear. I'm fiending for some more skibbities. Sharp shot talisman. Okay, is that only good though if I'm like bow and arrow archer? Okay, where the hell is this? Pretty, yeah, otherwise talisman feels a little useless. Okay, so we're going through archway here. Is that all there is in this area? Let's see. I guess I need to go east. Over yonder. Where's this secret path? Is it? No. What's an emote list? Yeah, that emote? You mean emotes like Twitch emotes? Gesturing ahead, required ahead? Oh, I have to do... Oh my god, you guys, I didn't even know I could do this. I didn't even know I had emotes. Hey! What? That's my voice? Where's the Oh Mother? I don't think I have it. Oh, press... Oops, my bad. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Why is switch... I cannot believe that there's emotes. I had no idea. Where's the... Is it... Ring of Michaela? You have to go to Bonnie Village to get the emote. Oh, okay. Like, what the F? Where the the hell is Bonnie Village again? Bridge leading to the village. Bonnie Village. I know I was there. Twin Falls. The hell? I literally do not remember where this stupid ass village is. More ruins than down. More ruins? There it is. Yep. Oh, you know what I bet I can do? Hell yeah. I upped my skibbity. Oh my god, I'm upping my skibbity again. Level 13. Okay, so there's a statue that I'm looking for. Excuse me. Hi! I'm still alive. Oh my god! Okay, there it is. Right? No. That's not it. But I did get something else. Still good. I gotta get back up. Shit. Get me out of here. That looks like a weird tree. Oh, mother. You guys, I cannot believe I'm today years old finding out that you can do emotes in Elden Ring. I had no idea. Hello. Okay. I saw something over here. I want to just grab it. Living jar shard. Never mind. Boring. Please go away. Who the fuck found out about Oh Mother's secret in the first place? Who the hell knows? Okay, I gotta get away from these weirdos. Okay. Peace. Peace. Scat of you. Okay. People found it the first day. I don't understand. Wild. I guess if you've played FromSoft games, you know to like look for secrets. Secrets and lies. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, mother. Oh, mother. Wow. So, like, what is this? Okay, let's see. This says, gesturing required ahead, therefore try to get gesturing. But how would you know it's the Oh, mother? What's this? Have mercy for the spirit away shamans. Throwing, oh, throwing. See, I wouldn't know. Oh my gosh, this looks pretty. Lore Masters. Wow. How pretty. Yeah, a whole area hidden by an emote. I love the design too. Oh my god. But that's why it's a shame, because if you miss doing stuff like this, then you're missing out on so many areas. Like, I wonder how many streamers who were just trying to blast through Elden Ring will even go back and try and take their time with it. Oh! I hate you. Oh! Oh my god, I just ended it all. I just ended it all. I was reading someone's comment that said they were at a bar and they were back here and glad to see me fighting Elden Ring, and then I jumped off a cliff. It's embarrassing. I was so surprised by my old friend. What up, dude? Okay. That was fast. That was fast. So is this like him 2.0? Shit. Okay, he's kicking my ass. Why can't he fall off the edge? Oh, shit. Yeah, baby! Goodbye. Blessing of Marika. What's the blessing? I gave him the old razzle dazzle. Razzle dazzle. Oh, so that means that oh, wait. Does that mean I have 2 of these now? 2 of these flasks? Let me see. Completely restores HP and heals all ailments. Okay. Oh no. Oh yeah. Okay, so I have that. Wait, I can only use it one time. Wait. But is it like this one though, where it resets? Right? No. Once it's... No, it's gone once you use it? Well, damn it! Okay, that's not as good as I thought. It's an emergency potion. Blessing of Marika. Okay. Use it now? Sigma move? Oh, you know what? If you know me playing Elden Ring, it's a wonder that I didn't. Wait a sec. How many of these guys are there? Wait, is that the guy that I just killed? There's 2. When I kill them, are they gone? That's his brother? Fuck. Come here, jackass. Did that even do anything? No. Okay. Sick. Shit! I can't see shit. Oh no! Oh, I could have one-shotted this guy. I should have backed up. Oh, I clapped my cheeks. He clapped my cheeks. Wait, so do I have to fight his brother again? I could have fucking beat this guy in one. Hold on. His brother's now dead. One shot. Literally one hit. One hit and I could have done it. Alright, come on, dude. Oh, I meant to roll. Why did I do that? Oh. Oh no. Oh shit. Let me back up. Oh! I can't see anything. There we go. Okay, do I get a second one? Okay, I have 2. I have 2. Great. Excellent. I one-shot him. Oh, my runes. Yes, good reminder. Is this not the way that I should go? Go over the hill? Should I go get that grace first? Let me get this grace. Where's the desert? Okay, no. Actually, let me see if I have stuff to eat. Okay, close. Ooh, that was a big one. It's kind of a lot. My bad. Level up. Let's pump my tax. Okay, what's... okay. Wait, they're doing maintenance? Oh, they're patching the guy on the pig? I love that I beat him, and now they're like, yeah, we're gonna patch him. Whatever, we don't need it. Yeah, I also beat Elden Beast, and then they patched him too. I'm like, fine, it's whatever. I don't need a stupid patch. Minor Erd Tree. It's a spell. I don't do spells. Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme. Oh, it's so good. Will you have diarrhea? Probably, but it's worth it. Worth. God, this place is gorgeous. So pretty. Yeah, where's Nandre to tell us about the lore? You know, I really have to hand it to FromSoft that the art in every single one of these areas is so different. Nandre's beaten it, yeah? Yeah, he beat it. Okay, that's what I thought. This is Marika's home before she became a goddess. Well, that makes sense. That queen would live here. Am I missing anything up here? I haven't seen anything. All these flowers. Check the big tree. Like that? Like, is that the big tree? Okay, there's some freakazoid down there. No, okay, so not that tree. Okay, I'm looking for... Oh, shit. Is it down here? Gotta get back up. A chubby tree. Oh, this one? Oh, here we go. A golden braid. A braid of golden hair cut loose. Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. Boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? We don't know. Always look for the weird tree. Copy. Wait, there's more in the weird tree? Okay, wait. Now, I'm not really good at noticing stuff like weird trees. Okay, wait. There's a path? Oh, I am so on the edge. Hi! Oh, shit. Fuck. Hello. Okay. Oh my god, I kind of thought I lived for a second. Well, shit. My bad. Wouldn't that have been sick if I survived that? Sometimes it seems as if that's the case. Oh, that's not. I gotta get my runes. Can you remind me, is Marika my maiden? I cannot keep my maiden straight. No. She's the goddess. But she's like... Okay, wait. God. She's the god. Right, it's like Marika's stake. Okay. Tears, offer gesture. They all start with an M though? Okay, is that why? Alright, what else am I missing up here? Let's be honest, you're maidenless? Yeah, I know. Feels pretty bad. Feels pretty damn bad. There's a hidden path up the cliff. Up this cliff? Hidden path. There. Oh yeah, I started to go down this. Okay. Just making our way downtown, walking fast. I think I just want to kind of clear it over here, yeah? Jump onto that ledge. I think. Oh, shit, that's probably not it. No. Oh, no. Oh, I thought that might work. Damn it. Classic. Fucking classic. God damn it. But was I right with that? Like that it was a jump, right? I was close. Okay. God damn it. Maybe I should get off the horse. Okay. I got it. Third time's the charm. Here we go. No, can't fit through that crack. Oh, excuse me. Okay, and then I think it's this way. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's one more. Wait. This way. Yep. Okay. Now I'm gonna get off Torrent. Now let's see. Where are my fucking runes, man? Where are my runes? Oh, they're down here. Oh, great. Okay. So there should be a balcony. Yep, I see it. Boom. Okay. Oop, got a new bell bearing. Let's go. Let's go, Joe. Ethan Nestor. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, y'all? Hope you had a good stream, Ethan. And to my raiders, I am back into the DLC. We're so back. There's a spirit ash on that first body. Shit! Shit. Shit. We are so Barack. It is no longer Jover. We're so Barack. Look at these crystals. What is this? LA? This is the home of some mommy blogger. I love when someone raids exactly who I'd go watch next anyway. Hells yeah. Hells yeah. First off, hidden path. Here again. First off, hidden path. Thanks. Is this, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. $46,000. Okay, let's see where we're at on the map. All right, so we have this area. Wait, we're going south-ish? Ish. God, I just want another giant bowl of soup that has skibbities. Ah! Ah! Have I been here? This looks familiar. Wait a second. Didn't I come here? I think I did. I think I came that other way, right? Yeah. Bridge leading to the village, and I came up here. So what is this area? Let's see. To the west? It's up there. Andy Brillico, thank you for the tier 1. This music is so good. So good. I can't kill the furnace because I don't have the things that you need to kill the furnace. Who the... Oh. Who are these queens? Aha! Newcastle! Is this cool or no? It's like not a big deal. Is there exciting stuff in this castle? It's a quest. Oh. Do not kill the NPCs. Okay, I won't. I promise. How do I know if they're NPCs? If you do the quest, you can fight a boss. Hey, Queen.
Well, we don't often receive visitors. I am Emir. Welcome to Manus Meta. It is a pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious indeed. Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering.
Hole? Show and haul. Thank you. Let's see what I got. Indicates the location of a hollowed ruin. I only wish to be of service. Use at a hallowed ruin to sound a hanging bell. Abba's cannon. Offer to twin maiden hunts for new items access. Sick.
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars. I only wish to be of service, to help those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter, are you not?
You know me, girl.
Is something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin. Oh, I suppose you expect a lesson of me, do you? I know the feeling. Those with purpose are nothing if not ravenous. For power.
For truth.
For truth.
To do this, you have to go to 2 places on the map. It's where a lot of giant fingers are. Okay. Should I study this or does... No, because I don't have faith.
I am. We study the stars and examine the life therein. Are you familiar with our findings? Long ago,
yes,
we began as stardust, born of
I have no
great
intelligence.
structure,
Yeah,
far
I'm just a
across the
dumbass.
skies. We too
The big sword.
are children of the greater will. Is that not divine? Is that not sublime? And yet,
This guy's
none
weird.
can fathom its implications. Its utter brilliance.
Okay.
Oh yes, do mind your feet around the church. You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy.
Oh God, I don't like that. I do not like that. Okay, so where the hell? I have a new map? How do I get to my new map? Also, a little boy in a church, we know how that goes. Not well. How do I use this, though? Like, I can't read that. Am I supposed to be able to read that? Ain't no way. You guys. No way. A little boy in a church worshiping fingers and holes. That's what I'm saying. It's sketchy as hell. Okay. That's all I get. Look, I'm old. I can't say that shit. I'm just kidding. Okay, this looks like an area I need to go that has creepy fingers. Gross. Gross. Okay, and then I still don't have the map for this area. So maybe I start off here. Maybe I explore this land of fingers. Wait, that's the second one? So I have to... Wait, can I do them in any order? Yes, I can. Okay. So, is there a little... The little boy is there or he's in this church? Alright, so is that it? So should I go... I, like, got my quest. Wait, there's other people in here? Where? Edgelord? No, there's no way. This guy's name is Edgelord. His name is Edgelord? Ain't no way. What? He loves to edge. Just ain't no way. Ain't no way. You think of going back and playing older Souls games after this? Yeah, I might try like a different type of game. Oh, here he is, Edgelord.
I have no interest in small talk.
Oh.
My only concerns are the concerns of Count Emir.
Slay
and
Queen.
You are not among them.
Okay,
Only,
bitch.
There is one thing I will say. Count Emir's kindness is a gift.
Bro,
Should you cross him,
when are you and
will
Will?
sorely
Oh my
regret
God,
it.
Ethan! When are you and Will and your dog coming over? I had to wait 10 minutes because I wasn't following. Punishment.
Be gone.
Dude,
There is nothing more to
would
say.
love to come over. Will is out of town dealing with a bunch of family shit, and he is.
Be gone.
Okay,
There's-
be gone. He's out of commish for a while, but would love to see Would love to see you as soon as possible. I'm going, oh my God. I'm going down to Michigan on the Monday to spend the week there. So I'm kind of just telling people when it comes to seeing Will, it's TBD. TBD. Can't really schedule things right now. Okay, so she doesn't want to talk to me. Was that Edgelord? Where's this other one? I think you're sleepy. No, I definitely am. I mean, I'm consistently just not getting good sleep at all. My eye mask finally got here. I'm hoping that helps. Is this him? No. That's not even... No. Okay. Didn't you say something about an early stream tomorrow? That's true. I was gonna play for... I was gonna end at 12:30. Where's this bozo that I need to talk to? There's no... Oh, there's no one else here? That's a cloth on a stick. Yeah, I know that now. Yeah, dude, whenever everything is relatively normal, I owe you guys a dinner. Oh, you don't owe us anything. Will was a real sweetheart to me a while ago. Also, our dogs can be friends. You know what? Will was a sweetheart to you because you are a sweetheart. But I appreciate it, and we will definitely make something happen. As soon as we can. Farley being friends with another dog. Yeah, we'll work on that. Okay, so should I, like, check out these fingers? Or is there something else that I should do here? Peeps. Farley and Spencer, I'll force the friendship. It's fingers time. Okay. Okay. First fingers, then hole. Okay, so I want to go east. Oh, those really are creepy ass fingers. Cool, cool, cool. I came with the Ethan rate, but I didn't say hi. Well, hi. What? Oh! Oh! What will you be baking? My sister sent me a couple recipes that she makes all the time. I am not a very good baker, but I wanted to bake something for a party I'm going to, and these recipes my sister said are really easy, that even a dum-dum can make them. A dum-dum like me. So I'm gonna do, I am gonna do a morning baking stream. Those aren't sheep. What the hell? I thought those were sheep. Oh my god. Those are finger spiders. Oh, I do not like this area. Look at this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ah. Okay, where am I? Nope, can't even pull up the map. I haven't seen shit, man. Oh my god! What is that? What is that? What is that? No, I don't like this. What? What the hell? And it left... Oh, look at that stain. What a crazy ass noodle. Oh, okay. I see you. Dick, I'm coming for you. Oh my god, they are so... They're so... I don't know what that... Oh, I hate these things. Oh. Wow, they just keep trapping me. Oh my god, this is like out of Alien, dude. No freaking way. No. No way. Like, they're not hard to kill. But I'm getting stuck. They're trapping me. Oh my god, please, please don't make me start all over. No, no, I'm dead. Oh my god, they killed me. Look at that mouth. Look at that mouth. All right, guys, I'm just gonna stop there. That's a good stopping point. Don't let me forget I gotta get my runes. Gotta get my runes. Okay. We're gonna call it there. Okie dokie. I just opened stream. Well, sorry, but I'm gonna do a stream in the morning, and I gotta like get to the store and stuff in the morning. Oh. God almighty. God almighty. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys over to Prezzo. Who knows what the hell he's up to? Okay, so I think tomorrow I will be live for baking stream around 11. Give or take. And then I won't be live later because I'll be doing stuff. Thanks for the great stream as always. Well, thanks guys for joining me. This was great. We killed the guy on the pig. So I'm happy, honestly. If that's all I had done in Elden Ring tonight, I would have felt good about it. All right, I hope to see you tomorrow, and if not, enjoy your holiday. Enjoy the time off. That is one good thing. You might be like, fuck America, but still a holiday. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. 7 days off. Let's go. That's what we're talking about. Okay. Good night, guys.